班，课程即将开始，请各位贵宾尽速就座。为确保活动进行的品质，请将您的行动电话关闭或者调整为震动模式。谢谢您的配合。在此提醒各位来宾，请保持室内社交距离1.5公尺或佩戴口罩，并随时留意身体状况。活动后，请各位企业先进扫描座位上的 QR code， 填写电子问卷。各位贵宾早安，我是今天的司仪，外贸协会行销专案处李英轩。欢迎各位企业先进莅临由经济部国际贸易局主办，中华民国对外贸易发展协会执行的台湾精品英文简报高效班。活动一开始，我们先介绍今天的讲者以及贵宾。欢迎外贸协会高雄办事处黄丽英副主任，外贸协会行销专案处智慧机械形象组萧清沈组长，外贸协会国际企业人才培训中心英文讲师 Mr. Martin Cook。现在我们先请外贸协会黄丽英副主任上台为我们说几句话，欢迎黄副主任。
各位厂商朋友，大家早安。今天外面的雨下得还蛮大的哈，那感谢各位风雨无阻的来参加今天的活动，那我相信大家会收获很多。那首先的话，我要说，这一波新冠疫情的部分的话，其实影响全世界，影响台湾，真的还蛮大的。那我相信对各位在座的产业的部分的话，影响应该也挺大的。今天早上我查了一下 Google 那个资料，确诊的人数是全世界确诊的人数是1320万人，那死亡的人数的话是57万人。那以全世界的状况来讲的话，其实我们台湾算是很幸运的，大概是400多个人确诊，那死亡的人数的话是7个人，所以我们大家可以很平安的在这个岛屿上就是正常的运作，那各位的话也可以很 safe 的在我们的场域里面来做学习的话，这个部分真的是很感谢的。那在这段疫情期间的话，外贸协会的话做了蛮多的努力，那我相信各位在媒体上也都会看到。那我想就是说借这个机会的话，可能就是跟各位提醒一下，有一个很重要的那个网站，就是您 Google 用您的手机，或者是说回公司之后用网站去查一下外贸协会防疫锦囊。那外贸协会防疫锦囊的话，里面的话，它放了有一些很多相关就是防疫相关的资讯都在里面。那我其中的话，我推荐各位的就是我们有一个防疫的商务地图，那里面的话，它有那个就是各个国家，我们外馆收集的各个国家的人流、物流、商流的相关资讯在里面。我相信对各位跟你客户的往来的话，它会很有帮助。那另外的话，它上面的话也有放了很多政府的纾困跟振兴的措施在上面。那同时的话，它也有就是我们就是协助数位行销跟电子商务的部分，政府的一些相关的补助，那以及外贸协会提出的小型机动访问团。那当然呢，就是说这段的期间的话，其实像各位这么幸运的可以在一起上课的机会之外的话，我们也 offer 线上的课程，还有线上的市场报告会给各位。那这一块的话，就是说，如果各位真的是没有办法来到我们现场来上课的话，那其实也可以透过视讯的方式去让自己有市场还有其他方面的一些进修的机会。因为危机就是转机，那利用这段时间，可能你的客户端的接触不是那么频繁的时候，那利用这个时候来充实自己的 自己就是每个公司的话，应该是利用这个机会来充实自己公司的能量。那外贸协会的话，在这一块的话，也会提供一些相关的服务。那今天的课程的缘起的话，主要是因为台湾精品的部分的话，我们觉得说我们的厂商有好的产品，然后提出申请。因为今天在座的厂商里面，我知道有很多家公司是有申请我们台湾精品的。那也先预祝各位可以顺利的获奖。那再来的话，就是说，因为为了协助我们的精品可以好好的，就是说把它呈现出去，那我们有鉴于这样子，就是说英语简报的部分的话，会协助公司，不管说您是在实际上去对你的客户做解说，或者是说您透过现在视讯的方式去跟你的客户介绍你自己的公司跟产品，其实英语简报技巧的部分的话，它都是非常重要的。那所以借着这个机会的话，我们台湾精品的团队，那跟我们办事处的话，就是邀请大家来这边参与这个课程。那有一些没有办法来参与这个课程的厂商朋友们，也欢迎您透过视讯的方式，或者是这个录影嘛，哈，或者是说事后的话，再用录影的方式的话来参与。但是我要说，在座的各位是有福的，因为1天6个小时的课程的话，我相信您到了现场来上课的话，应该是会收获满满的。好，那在这里的话，预祝大家身体健康平安。那今天的课程收获丰硕，谢谢。那下来的话，我们就进行今天的课程，谢谢。
谢谢黄副主任，我们请副主任先行回座。流畅的英文简报是许多商务人士的痛点，面对英文简报总是不知道该如何编排以及呈现。我们今天就邀请专家为您一次解答，从结构、流程、句型帮您摇身一变成为英文简报的高手。我们邀请外贸协会国际人才培训中心英文讲师 Mr. Martin Cook 来为我们分享英文简报内容整体结构解析，英文简报内容的黄金架构。Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce today's speaker and trainer, Mr. Martin Cook. Martin is originally from the United Kingdom and holds, among various other qualifications, a degree in international politics and international history from Aberystwyth University, a master's degree in business from the University of Leeds, and a diploma in teaching English from Trinity College London. Before becoming a teacher, Martin worked in financial services industry in England. He has been teaching English here in Taiwan for almost a decade and has delivered meaningful, informative, engaging, and creative classes and courses to students at several schools, universities, and institutions. He has also delivered workshops and presentations at conferences and events in Taiwan and Hong Kong. Martin currently works for the Kaohsiung ITI campus, which delivers intensive business and foreign language training to Taiwanese university graduates. Today, he's going to deliver training on presentation structure, effective impact techniques, and how to analyze and learn from TED Talks. I'm sure you will all enjoy today's event. So let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Martin Cook. 欢迎。
Thank you very much. Okay, so today's event is not all about me, it's all about you and how we can work together to improve our public speaking abilities for presentations. And that's whether we're making business presentations or presentations for any other reason. We're going to look at presentation structure first. And some of you might be here thinking, I don't know how to build a presentation, I'm not sure, maybe I have a great idea. So we're going to start with those ideas, we're going to start with some of the basics, and we're going to use those ideas in building a good, informative, authoritative presentation that you can all deliver to your clients, to your colleagues, to people you do business with, whether that's in Taiwan or internationally. So, when we are planning our presentations, we often have this the blank screen or the blank piece of paper. And we think that this is where we are going to start. We think that this is where our ideas are going to generate and flow from. But it's a blank piece of paper. This isn't really where you should start. Before you sit down with that blank piece of paper or that blank screen or that blank PowerPoint template, you need to have your idea. You need to think about your audience. You need to think about what you want your audience to do. So before we get to that blank sheet of paper, there are many things that we need to do first. So I'm going to address some of those things now. Now, you might have a reason for making a presentation. For example, what do we see here? Yeah, so what's happening in the news right now? Yeah, COVID-19, coronavirus. And this may have affected your business. It probably has in some way. So maybe this is your context. This is the reason why you need to deliver a presentation. Perhaps it's affected your staff. Some of them in Taiwan, maybe not so much, but maybe internationally have been affected. They've caught the coronavirus. They have to take time off work. Trade internationally is down. And we're fearful in some ways about what we and our businesses need to do about viruses like COVID-19. Or maybe this is your context. Perhaps for the past few years, your business has been growing. You've been making good profits. You've been doing very well. But something has happened. It could be COVID-19. It could be something else, another event. And now your profits are coming down, your business is taking a hit, and you're not sure, or some people in your company are not sure how you are going to proceed, what you are going to do, and what is the best way to move forward. Or it might be something on a smaller scale. Perhaps people in your company or organization are a little overworked, they're working late, they're very tired and stressed, spending lots of time in the office, and not really being as productive as you would like them to be. So the context, the reason why you are going to make and deliver any type of business presentation needs to be considered before you sit down with that blank screen or that blank piece of paper or that blank PowerPoint template. So before you look at that blank piece of paper, you need to think about what is the big picture. That might be coronavirus. It might be the economic situation. It might be something like people being overworked in your company and stressed, and maybe people are tired and people want to leave, or maybe they are leaving. So the big picture is what you need to deal with when you are planning your presentation. Because when you deliver your presentation, you want your audience to understand the big picture the way that you do. You want them to agree with you. And after your presentation has finished, you want them to change their actions or change their behavior in some way, to do something differently, to think in a different way, to understand something more or better than they did when they sat down before you began to speak. Today we're going to look at quite a few techniques for how you can do that. But of course, we have to begin by thinking about the structure. So two very important questions that you need to ask yourself when you sit down with that piece of paper or that PowerPoint template or that blank computer screen are, what is the status quo? Status quo is a word, a phrase that comes from Latin. It means the situation right now. The status quo right now for many people, for many businesses here in Taiwan and around the world concern things like coronavirus, the economic situation, political situations, economic situations, what's going to happen in the future. We maybe don't know what is going to happen in the future, but if we prepare and think about what might happen, then we can deal with it. Another question you might need to ask, well, you do need to ask, is what needs to change? And this is a very, very important question because sometimes when you are delivering a presentation, a business presentation, your audience will be happy with the status quo. They like things the way they already are. And they don't want to change. They don't want to do things differently. So you need to think about what needs to change and think about how you can use a speech, a presentation, to get them to change their mind. And of course, this needs to be planned before you stand up on that stage, before you go and begin speaking to your audience. It might be many weeks or days or months or even years in advance. So, when we look at that blank piece of paper again, it seems like a really big challenge, especially if your native language is Chinese and you have to plan and then deliver a meaningful, informative presentation in the English language. And it can seem like a really big challenge. It can seem like you're really small, like a little child, and you have to climb up some really high steps. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of work. Every step individually is difficult. And the whole challenge for some people might seem a little bit too much. But there are some ways that we can consider and plan for how to meet that challenge, for how to reach our goal, to get to the top, to deliver that presentation, to make a meaningful impact, a meaningful change, to get people to believe you, to understand your message, and to change their actions or change their behavior. So I'm kind of going to hand over to another speaker, a video. This is a speaker called Heather Hansen. She normally works in Singapore, and she's a consultant. She often provides advice for people just like you who are planning English language presentations. I want you to watch and listen very carefully because there are some very important questions that Heather Hansen asks her clients to consider before they start planning their presentations, before they start making PowerPoints, templates, and drafting their speech. So please watch and listen very carefully and consider the questions that Heather Hansen tells her own audiences, her own clients, what they should consider. Listen carefully, please.
What could be completely acceptable in one context could be completely unacceptable in another, with different speakers from different backgrounds and cultures. This is why when I'm working with a speaker for the first time and they come to me because they're getting ready for a big presentation or they just want to survive the next international conference call, the first thing I ask them is, who are your listeners? Where are they from? What's their language level? What kind of cultural differences do we need to take into consideration? How do they hear the language?
Some very important questions. Very quickly, with your partners or people sitting around you, what were those questions that Heather Hansen asks her clients to think about before they deliver a speech or a presentation? You have them in your handouts, but if you were listening to Heather speaking, you might be able to remember them. What are those questions that she asks? Just take a moment, speak to your partner sitting next to you. Okay, we might have an opportunity to watch it again to double check, but if you can remember, Boy, can you remember what questions she asked?
Yes.
I'll give the mic to you for a moment.
In the paper, who Who are our listeners?
Yes.
Where are our listeners from? Yes.
Good. Is there anything else?
What's their language level?
Yes. Excellent. Good. So those questions, they are in the handout, but it's worth considering them all individually because these are very important questions for you as people from Taiwan delivering international presentations in English to an international audience. Maybe your audience are people from the United States or Britain or Australia who speak English fluently as a native language. Maybe they are people from other countries whose own language level is as high or even better than yours. Or maybe their English is not quite as high as yours. And you really need to consider this when you are planning international presentations. So firstly, you need to think about this question. Who are our listeners? Are they executives? Are they C-level managers and bosses in international companies, in international trade, very important decision makers? Or are they managers at another level? Or perhaps they're a mix of managers and lower level staff and HR personnel and accountants and other people who have an interest in what you have to say. Or perhaps there are other people who are just there because they're interested. They want to know what you have to say. They want to learn something. Now, if you know in advance what type of listener you are going to be speaking to, then that can help you in drafting your presentation and considering an appropriate structure. You also need to consider where they are from. I'm timing the thunder very, very well. Okay. Yeah, God is on my side. So consider where your listeners are from. Now, this can be in terms of geography. So are they from Taiwan? Are they from Kaohsiung or Tainan or Jiayi or Taipei or Hualien? Or maybe they're from other countries. Maybe they're from mainland China or from Singapore or Japan or the United States or anywhere else in the world that you and your organization do business with. Or maybe they are a mix of nationalities. And you can also consider on the company basis, what companies are they from? Are they from companies that are attached to Taiwan Excellence? Or are they from other companies that you know well? Or are they from other companies that maybe you haven't heard of much before, but you think it might be interesting and useful to do business with them? So before you sit down and start drafting your presentation structure, ask yourself this question as well. Another important question that you need to consider, especially for yourselves, people who are delivering English language presentations as Taiwanese to perhaps a Taiwanese audience or perhaps an international audience, is what's their language level? They might have the same level of English as you do. Perhaps their English is even higher. Perhaps their English is not as fluent as your own. And if that happens, then if you are speaking too quickly, or if you are using a lot of technical language, or if you're using other things like idioms and expressions that some people in your audience might be unable to understand because they've never learned them in their own English language classes, they might be confused. They might find it hard to follow you. And when that happens, you might begin to lose your audience. And in international business presentations, of course, you don't want to lose your audience. Those are your clients. Those are your potential customers. Those are people who you want to agree with you, to agree with your message, and to buy products from you, to do business with you, and to begin and maintain a meaningful relationship, business relationship with you. So consider this question. This is a very, very important one, which sometimes people miss. Sometimes people are delivering presentations to an international audience and they are speaking very, very quickly. Or Perhaps they are using phrases and technical language that some people in the audience don't quite understand. And when that happens, there is a risk that you will lose that audience. Another question that Heather Hansen asks her own clients to consider is, what cultural differences do we need to consider? Also a very, very important question for you. Now, you may be delivering presentations in the English language to an international audience. Maybe some people in your audience are from Japan or Korea, or perhaps they are from the United States or Mexico or Latin American countries. Or perhaps they're from a mix. You have got 1 or 2 people from Korea, you've got 3 or 4 people from Japan, you've got a few people that are Taiwanese just like you, and you've got a few more other people from various locations and countries around the world. Now, when you consider cultural differences, you can take account of the fact that sometimes it's easy to make a gesture or to say something that would be absolutely fine for maybe a Taiwanese audience or the type of audience that you normally speak to. But for some other audiences, that might be offensive, or it might be a taboo, or it might be something that confuses them. So the best thing to do is do some research into the type of audience that you will be speaking with. If they are from a country like Japan, perhaps they will be a little bit more conservative than some people in Taiwan. Of course, not everybody follows stereotypes. We sometimes have stereotypes about different cultures and countries. Not everybody will live up to them. But you can anticipate that maybe a Japanese audience will be conservative. They will want the presentation to start exactly on time. They will probably maybe not ask any questions while you are speaking. They will wait until the end. On the other hand, you might have people who are from a country like the United States in your audience. Maybe they don't mind so much if you start 2 minutes late or 3 minutes late or even a couple of minutes early. Maybe they will want to ask questions as you speak instead of waiting until the end. So if you think about your audience, think about their culture, then you can begin to anticipate how they will respond, how they will react, and how they will behave during your presentation as you are speaking. And of course, if you consider all of that in your planning, then you can be prepared for any situation that arises as you are delivering your presentation. And another question that you also need to consider, I think, and this isn't one that Heather Hansen mentions, but many other people do talk about it. I love how the thunder is backing me up. Okay, is a presentation the right medium for a message? The rumble of thunder is my support for the day. But this is a very, very important question. Is a presentation really the right way of getting my message across? And sometimes we listen to presentations and we think, this should have been a meeting. We should have had a meeting, not a presentation. We all need to get involved, not just one person who's standing at the front speaking. Or maybe it needs to be some other type of delivery. So you can need to consider perhaps whether it should be a presentation. If you've got a large amount of technical information, you have to deliver maybe an end-of-year financial report that might be 20, 25, 30 pages thick, and it's going to take a lot of time for a person to read that report, then you might be better off delivering a written report, giving people time to read it and understand it. And of course, remember that your accountant is going to read that report in a different way to your own manager or your HR personnel. And then perhaps you can back it up with a summary presentation which captures the main idea from the report, the most important, the essential information, without going on for 4 or 5 hours. You might be delivering updates on group projects. Maybe you work in a field like architecture and you have a plan to build a new apartment building somewhere in Kaohsiung or Taipei. And this is an ongoing project. Perhaps permission has been granted for it to be built, but the planning, the building has not yet begun. Now, if this is the case, perhaps a presentation isn't really the right way. Perhaps a meeting would be better to get your message across and to let people know what they need to do, while also taking feedback from them and allowing them to ask and maybe answer questions. Or it might be that you've got new information, laws and regulations. Perhaps the government has decided to implement and introduce a new law that affects your business, and you have to understand what that really means for your business operations, and the way that people work in your company or organization. Now, if this happens, then maybe a workshop or a facilitation is best. A facilitation is where one person or two people lead a really meaningful discussion about a business topic that affects you. Or it might be a workshop where you get people to work together to understand how something new affects them. It doesn't always have to be one person standing at the front delivering a speech. So for today, for this morning at least, I'm going to assume that all of you are planning presentations. So you're not planning a meeting or a workshop or any other means of delivering a message. You have thought about it, you've made your plan, you've considered your audience, and you have decided that a presentation is the best way of getting your message across, of communicating and getting through to your audience. So then we look at that blank screen again, or that blank piece of paper, or that blank PowerPoint template. Now we have a few more ideas. Now we've done a little bit of research. We've considered who our audience is going to be. We've considered what their language level is. We've considered maybe their culture, where they are from, if they're going to ask questions during our speech or not, if they're going to behave in a way that might differ or be different from the colleagues and clients that we normally work with. And so in that plan, one good way to start, and this is a very good way because it's been around for several thousand years, is Aristotle's narrative structure. Put your hand up if you know it. What's Aristotle's narrative structure? No? No. Okay. A lot of people do forget this. A lot of people, when they are planning their presentations, forget about Aristotle's structure. But if I remind you, it might become obvious, and I'm sure you've seen it before. In this type of structure for presentations, but also for other things like stories and maybe even meetings, we need to have a beginning or an opening. And then a middle or a body. Different authors maybe use different words. And then the end or the conclusion. Now that we have these words here, this might seem obvious, but so many presenters forget these things. I see so many presentations where the beginning of the presentation is just rushed. There's an introduction. Maybe you talk a little bit about yourself, and then you get straight into the body. You start talking about how things are going to change, what you want people to do, and things like that. And they're a little bit lost. They don't quite understand what you mean. Or perhaps you get to the end, and this can sometimes happen if you are running over time and you have maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes left. You've been talking through the body, talking through your main idea, and then you realize, oh my gosh, Tiana, I don't have much time. And then you just rush the end of your presentation. But it's very, very important not to do that. it's very, very important to have a meaningful, impactful, and a well-planned beginning or opening, and body or middle, and a very meaningful, impactful conclusion. Because your conclusion is what your audience is going to remember the most, and that is where you deliver the message that they are going to take away with them, that they are going to use when changing their behavior or doing things a different way or buying your product instead of your rival's product. So very, very, very important to remember Aristotle's structure. And it's not just for stories, it can be used for presentations, it can be used for many different types of events where you are in business and you are communicating in some way. Now, that presentation structure from Aristotle is thousands of years old, even though some people do forget it. There is another speaker who's very famous. She works in California. Her name is Nancy Duarte. And she runs a company in her own name. It's called Duarte Inc., Duarte Incorporated. And she has looked at Aristotle's structure and has considered a way of maybe not changing it, but improving it for international business presentations. And so Nancy Duarte's method is very similar to Aristotle's, but it just adds a few useful details, which I think that you can think about in your own presentation structure when you are planning it. So what she tells her audiences and her clients to do is to remind everybody of the status quo. Remember, the status quo is the way things are right now. And in your opening, in your introduction, you will do that. You are reminding your audience of the way things are right now. And remember that some of them will be happy with the status quo. Some of them may not be. But you're not really getting into getting them to change their mind just yet. And there's a deliberate reason for that. Because then she follows by telling them what could be. What could be different? What could be better? What could be improved if we start doing this differently? If we buy this product? If we change our working practices? If we develop a vaccine for a deadly disease? If we start recycling instead of throwing our trash away? And so by reminding our audience of what is, we can show that contrast between what is and what could be. And this is very, very important, according to Nancy Duarte's presentation structure. And in that, you will do this more than once. You will remind your audience of what is and remind them of what could be. And then return again to what is and what could be, and maybe again what is and what could be. And this will help to persuade those people who are maybe unsure, or those people who are happy or think they are happy with the status quo. And then she asks her audiences to finish with a call to action. This is the message behind the presentation. This is the reason why you are there. This is the reason why you are standing on that stage delivering that message, because you have this great idea. You have this great message that you want your audience to understand, but you don't just want them to understand it. You want them to change their behavior some way. You want them to buy your products or stop using somebody else's products. You want them to change their human resources practices. You want them to recycle more. This is what you want them to do, and the call to action helps to encourage and persuade them to do it. So when Nancy Duarte draws her presentation structure, and yes, this is in the handout, it starts off with this kind of design, which does look a little bit strange, perhaps, the first time you see it. Just a kind of line pattern that goes up, almost like an S, or maybe like a snake. But this is kind of the structure that she might draw on her PowerPoint or on her paper before she is beginning to plan her presentation. And so if we look at it again, she's working with the opening, body, and conclusion, just as Aristotle tells us to do. And then those lines fit into that pattern. So then the first one will fit into the opening. And then you have at least one more, maybe two. If your presentation is much longer, let's say if it's a TED Talk of 18, 20 minutes, you might actually have 2 or 3 or 4 of these extra patterns in your body, in the main parts of your presentation. And then we get to the conclusion, where we remind our audience of the status quo one more time. And then finally we tell them what could be. And then we leave them with that message. They will go away, and if our presentation is successful, they will change their actions, change their behavior in the way that you want them to do. So there it is again. And you have that template on your handouts, but in the future, if you're planning your presentations, you might want to draw this kind of structure and think about the contrast between what is and what could be. What do you want your audience to do? What do you want them to change? So first we look at what is, and then what could be. And this might be after your introduction, in the first 3-4 minutes of your presentation. And then we return. What is? We talk about the status quo again. And we contrast it again with what could be. And then we return again. What is? And what could be? And then maybe one more time. We tell our audience what is the status quo, the way things are. And finally, we finish with what Nancy Duarte calls the new bliss, the new fantastic feeling that we will have when we change our behavior, when we buy this new product or stop doing this thing that we are doing now. Now, it might be better if I hand over to Nancy Duarte herself, and she'll talk through that presentation structure that she uses. So this is a short video clip of her. Please watch, listen, pay attention, and hopefully this will help you to understand the context that she wants her own clients to understand and follow.
This is the shape of a great presentation. Isn't it amazing? It's crying. So I want to walk you through it because it's actually pretty astounding. There is a beginning, a middle, and an end, and I want to walk you through it because the greatest communicators of all time, I went through speeches, everything. Actually, I can overlay this shape. Even the Gettysburg Address follows the shape. So at the beginning of any presentation, you need to establish what is. You know, here's the status quo, here's what's going on. And then you need to compare that to what could be. Now you need to make that gap as big as possible because there's the commonplace of the status quo, and you need to contrast that with the loftiness of your idea. So it's like, you know, here's the past, here's the present, but look at our future. Here's a problem, but look at that problem removed. Here's a roadblock. Let's annihilate the roadblocks. You need to really amplify that gap. This would be like the inciting incident in a movie. It's when suddenly the audience has to contend with what you just put out there, and they have to say, wow, do I want to agree with this and align with it or not? And then the rest of your presentation should support that. So the middle goes back and forth. It traverses between what is and what could be, what is and what could be. Because what you're trying to do is make the status quo and the normal unappealing. And you're wanting to draw them towards what could be in the future with your idea adopted. Now, on your way to change the world, people are going to resist. They're not going to be excited. They may love the world the way it is. So you'll encounter resistance. That's why you have to move back and forth. It's similar to sailing. When you're sailing against the wind and there is wind resistance, you have to move your boat back and forth and back and forth. That's so you can capture the wind. You have to actually capture the resistance coming against you when you're sailing. Now, interesting, if you capture the wind just right and you set your sail just right, your ship will actually sail faster than the wind itself. It's a physics phenomenon. So by planting in there the way they're going to resist between what is and what can be, it's actually going to draw them towards your idea quicker than should you not do that. So after you've moved back and forth between what is and what could be, The last turning point is a call to action, which every presentation should have. But at the very end, you need to describe the world as a new bliss. This is utopia with my idea adopted. This is the way the world is going to look when we join together and we solve this big problem. So you need to use that as your ending in a very poetic and a dramatic way.
So that is just an extract, a short part from Nancy Duarte's TED Talk. Boy, you were at the front. Could you see that okay? Yeah. Okay, she does speak quite quickly. Now, a couple of things that you can do. All of the TED Talks and all the other information I'm providing to you today is going to be made available to you. And one great advantage with TED Talks, most of the official TED Talks, are that they are translated into multiple languages, including Chinese. So after the event today, you could go home and watch that TED Talk again in Chinese with Chinese subtitles and follow it in your own time. Make notes if you wish to, pause it if you wish to, so you can check a dictionary or ask somebody, what did she say? What does that mean? And of course, her own website is called duarte.inc, Duarte INC, is a really useful resource, and we'll provide the link for that as well. But the main idea that she speaks about is in that structure. So again, we're not differing, we're not going away too much from Aristotle's thousands of years old narrative structure. We're just adding something to it. And what Nancy Duarte says is that inside this structure, in our introduction, we start by telling our audience the status quo, reminding them of what is. And then at least once we tell them what could be different if you buy our products, or if you buy more of our products, or if you stop buying our rivals' products, or if you change your behavior. And of course, some people will be resistant. Some people like the status quo. So again, Nancy Duarte recommends that we go back to what is. We look at the way things are now, and we show another contrast. What could be, how things could be better, how things could be improved, how life could be easier, or perhaps more convenient. And then we remind our audience again what is. And now, if your presentation structure is working, people are starting to agree with you. So when you start talking about what is, people are thinking, actually, I don't like it that much. I don't like the status quo. And so we remind them again what could be. And you can do this in a 6-7 minute presentation. It might be 20 minutes, it might be half an hour. And then finally, you're getting to the conclusion. One more time, you'll remind your audience of what is. And then you'll remind your audience of the new bliss, the great feeling that they will have when they do the action, take the action that you want them to do, when they buy your products, when they change their behavior. And so in that conclusion, you have a call to action. You tell your audience what it is exactly that you want them to do, so that after your presentation ends, of course, hopefully you get a round of applause. Hopefully everybody's happy, but what you really want is for them to go away, to go home, or to go back to their companies, or maybe back to their countries, and start buying your products, or start changing their behavior. That's the impact that you really want to make with a good business presentation, especially in persuasive presentations, or in marketing and advertising and sales. So one other thing that Nancy Duarte reminds us of is that the audience is the hero of our idea. If you are using that kind of structure, a kind of narrative, then the hero of your story is not you. It's not the person who is standing there on the stage. You are the person delivering the message, but you are not the hero, your audience is. And so if we come back to a context like coronavirus that I spoke about a few moments ago, we can think about how we might draft and plan a meaningful presentation that helps to persuade people of our idea. And we might look at it like this. The coronavirus pandemic is causing death and misery around the world. This is the status quo. We all know this. We've all seen it on the news. We've read it in the newspapers. We've talked about it with friends and family. It's affected our businesses. It's affected our travel plans. This is something that we are already aware of. But of course, this is our context. This is the main thing that we are talking about. This is the big picture. And so you show a contrast. You talk about what could be. Imagine what life would be like if we developed an effective vaccine. Now, a vaccine is what you take in order to not get a disease. So this might be an injection, or it might be that you take some kind of medicine or drug, and if they develop one, then you won't catch the coronavirus. You will be safe. Hopefully that will happen. But imagine what life would be like if it did. We would be able to carry on with business in the way we were doing 7-8 months ago. We'd be able to travel around, go to other countries without really fearing catching a potentially deadly disease or passing it on to our loved ones and relatives. So then we return to the status quo. Many people will say it's too expensive. Some people are saying it's too expensive, that businesses are suffering. It might be worth just letting people catch the virus because the economy is very important, business is very important. So then you contrast that again with what could be. Imagine the savings that society, the world, your business will gain from a vaccine. And these will outweigh the cost of developing one. Yes, it may cost many millions, billions perhaps, of US dollars to develop a vaccine against coronavirus. But the cost of not doing so, you might be saying, would be much, much higher than that. So then we return to the contrast again. Consider the way things are now. The inconvenience of social distancing, constant temperature checks, having to wear masks, worrying about loved ones. Again, this is the status quo. And your audience are probably thinking, yeah, I have felt this way. You know, I don't like the inconvenience. I don't like worrying about catching this horrible virus. I don't like the thought of my relatives and friends catching it. And so you move on to your conclusion. And a vaccine would give us the security of being able to meet clients, friends, and family without worrying about the spread of infection. And we live in an uncertain world. We're returning again to the same status quo. The coronavirus has led to so many problems, so much fear, so much hardship for too many people. And by now, hopefully, your audience is really with you. And so you move now to your conclusion and your call to action. If we invest in the development of a vaccine, we can solve these problems and reclaim our freedom from fear, hardship, and worry. So I'm asking you, let's dedicate our time, our efforts, and our resources to developing a vaccine for COVID-19. The world will thank us for it. And that is your call to action. That is where you finish, and you leave the audience with that message. And again, I could deliver that presentation with a contrast between what is, what could be, what is, what could be. Could deliver that kind of presentation in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. It doesn't have to be a big TED talk with thousands of people in the audience. Maybe that's your ambition. If it is, fantastic, and I'd love to see it. But most of you are going to be working on business presentations. Some of them will be longer, some of them will be quite short. But this is still a good narrative, a good structure that you can use for your persuasive business presentations, for marketing, sales, advertising, and similar areas. So let's recap. Let's go over again what I've said and introduced to you in the last 45 minutes. When we start, before we sit down with that piece of paper or that blank screen or that blank PowerPoint, then we need to consider the big picture. And we need to ask ourselves, what is the status quo and what needs to change? If your business is doing very well and making lots and lots of profits, then maybe you don't need to change the status quo that much. But of course, we always need to plan for the future and for events that we can't really predict, like COVID-19. And then we also need to think about the big story in the kind of way that Nancy Duarte would ask us to. So, can your message be adapted to follow Nancy Duarte's presentation structure with the contrast between what is and what could be? What is and what could be? What is, what could be? Ending with a call to action, something that you really want your audience to do or do differently in the future. And of course, at the end of your speech, at the end of your business presentation, you're going to have that call to action, the thing that you want your audience to do. You want them to change their behavior. You want them to think in a different way. So what will the heroes of your story, that's the audience, what will they do after your presentation ends? And of course, that is really what you are there for. You're going to deliver that message. Your audience is going to understand it. They're going to believe you. And when they leave, they are going to do things in a different way than they would if they didn't come to your presentation. So, we're going to move on and we're going to go into a workshop about drafting a presentation. Now, maybe, and I know from speaking with some of you already, some of you do already make business presentations and you already have an idea that you can use in a business presentation. Some of you, maybe you're not sure and you want help with some ideas, and some of you are thinking about maybe doing it in the future. It doesn't really matter where you are right now, but what I would like you to do is consider the structure that's in your handouts that Nancy Duarte talks about. And I'd like you to spend a few minutes, and you can work with partners around you, because in this handout I've given you some steps to consider. And after today you can get a blank copy of this, so you can write on this one today. You'll get another one that you can use in the future if you need to. And it asks you to think about these questions, the same questions that Heather Hansen asks her own clients to think about. What is the status quo? What needs to change? Why does it need to change? And who will change it? Will it be you, the presenter, or will it be your audience? Most likely, it's going to be your audience. And there are some little tips in the bar at the side that you can read. Of course, I will be available for you to ask questions if you need to. If you do complete that, then you can move on to thinking about how will they do it. Remember, this only needs to be a sentence or two. You don't need to plan a very long half-hour, 30-minute, 60-minute presentation, not yet at least. You need to consider who might resist the change and how will your organization or company or maybe even your country or maybe even the world benefit from these changes. Remember when I spoke about coronavirus and developing a vaccine, we said that the whole world would benefit if a vaccine was developed. And that is true. And then you consider what the audience needs to do after they have heard your message. What is the call to action? What will your audience do after you have finished speaking, after the applause and everybody goes home? What will they do differently after that point? Okay, so what I would like you to do is work with partners for a few moments. Some people are sitting together already. I've got a few people who are already working for the same company. So you guys can work together. You know each other already anyway. Everyone else, introduce yourselves to the people sitting around you. You can maybe work in threes or as four. And if for some reason you can't share the reason why you're drafting a presentation, maybe it's something that's, from your business and you're not allowed to talk about it outside the business, that's absolutely fine. You can listen to your partners, or maybe you can make something up. Maybe you can think about a situation that's happening in your hometown or in your neighborhood or in Taiwan generally, and just draft another presentation for that. And if you need any help, then I'm available. You can put your hand up and ask for me, and I'll come over and give you some help. So we're going to spend a little bit of time working together on drafting our presentations and thinking about the difference between what is the status quo and what could be. What do we really want our audience to do? Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to you. And remember, I'm going to be walking around. If you need any help or advice, all you need to do is raise your hand or say my name, Martin, and I'll be happy to help you. Okay, and people watching on the internet, they should also have copies of this, and they can maybe spend a little bit of time as well thinking about their own presentations. All right, I'm going to hand it over to you.
find that the product from Taiwan Excellence is very impressive and very good quality.
这对我们的品牌非常的加分。Promotion our technology, but also to promote what is Taiwan and the more welcome people to visit Taiwan.
What Taiwanese technology can bring and how rich we make our home with smart devices that is made and developed in Taiwan.
innovation makes a difference in everyone's life. Taiwan Excellence. Everyday excellence.
find that the product from Taiwan Excellence is very impressive and very good quality.
这对我们的品牌非常的加分。Promotion our technology, but also to promote what is Taiwan and the more welcome people to visit Taiwan.
What Taiwanese technology can bring and how rich we make our home with smart devices that is made and developed in Taiwan.
Innovation makes a difference in everyone's life. Taiwan Excellence. Everyday excellence.
geht von Tech. Und ich war beeindruckt, was hier heute alleine an diesem kleinen Ausschnitt vorgestellt worden ist.
I find that the product from Taiwan Excellence is very impressive and very good quality.
这对我们的品牌非常的加分。Promotion our technology, but also to promote what is Taiwan and the more welcome people to visit Taiwan.
What Taiwanese technology can bring and how rich we make our home with smart devices that is made and developed in Taiwan.
Innovation makes a difference in everyone's life. Taiwan Excellence. Everyday excellence.
Okay. It is almost lunchtime, everybody. So in that workshop stage, I've been moving around and I've heard some really good ideas from many different people. And hopefully this can give you some good ideas to go on. When I've been speaking to people like Boyi and Joyce, they've got some good ideas that are very relevant to their organization. Also, the team over there, Nicola and everybody that all work for the same company, you're all kind of working on the same idea, but you can give good feedback to each other. And also, when I was speaking to Tommy, he also mentioned that when he's been speaking to other people, yeah, you do often work for different companies and in very different areas. So you need to take the time to explain to somebody, what you do, what your company does, what products it makes or manufactures or sells. But if you can do that in English as well as in Chinese, and that person can understand what your job is and what usefulness it has, what you really do to serve people, to, make the world a better place maybe, then you can use that in your presentation as well. And if people can understand what it is that you do, they're more likely to understand you and they're more likely to believe you and follow you. So I hope you've all enjoyed the workshop stage. We're going to go for lunch now for an hour. And then after lunch, I'm going to give you some useful tips and techniques that can help you to make your presentations even stronger. And then after that, maybe some of you will have a chance to talk about the presentations that you need to deliver to your own clients and customers, and maybe to people in your organizations as well. Okay, so I hope you all enjoy the lunch, and I look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, please be seated. 接下来我们就是午休时间，有1个小时的时间，我们将会在下午1点钟的时候准时在开始下午的英文简报的课程。那请各位先进，如果要提前离场的话，不要忘记扫描您座位上的 QR code。我们总共有3个 QR code， 都要帮我们完成扫描，并且提供宝贵的意见。可以在完成之后保留我们的完成画面，到报到处跟工作人员领取小礼品。另外呢，我们在会场外面也备有精美的礼盒，大家可以欢迎取用。那记得1点钟的时候再回到我们的现场，谢谢。 我们下午场的英文简报高效班即将开始，请各位贵宾尽速就座。为确保活动进行的品质，请将您的行动电话关机，或者是调整为震动模式。各位企业先进午安，感谢再次回到会场。再次提醒您，请务必保持室内社交距离1.5公尺，或者全程佩戴口罩，并随时注意身体的状况。下午场的英文简报高效班将针对如何自信的表达简报内容，轻松展现专业度，并且精准掌握好开场、主旨介绍、肢体语言、口条、互动、结论等。现在让我们再次欢迎外贸协会国际企业人才培训中心英文讲师 Mr. Martin Cook， 再次为我们分享高效英文传达力的技巧、口语、肢体语言、开场、中场以及结尾表达提升。欢迎 ，Let's welcome。
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And welcome back to the afternoon session. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Yes, good. And had coffee and tea, a chance to walk around, make phone calls. Now that we are back, just before we begin, I'm going to talk for the next section about effective impact techniques. But just to begin, I'm just going to show you a technique that isn't really an impact technique, but which might help you. Let's say if you are nervous about public speaking and presentations, and that might be for persuasive business presentations, it might be for informative company presentations, or anything similar. So as we come into our afternoon, I'm just going to wheel out the whiteboard for a moment. And I'd just like you to stand up for a second. I'll just move it out of the light. Okay, so I'm going to take my mask off. I did have a cold when I started this morning, but it seems to have gone. So this technique, if you feel a little bit nervous about public speaking and you just want to calm your nerves, this is a really great way to do it. And you can do it without anybody noticing that you're doing it. So this is a technique that comes, I read this in a book by somebody called Brené Brown, who's quite a very popular American writer, and she's got a very famous TED Talk as well. And it starts as the 4-4-4-4 technique. And what that means is 4 patterns for breathing. And so what you do first is you breathe in through your nose, and you take 4 full seconds to do that. And so you're really, really filling up your lungs. And that's the first stage. And then you hold it. So you'll breathe and then hold it there for 4 seconds. And then you let it out, but you let it out through your mouth. So all of the air that is in your lungs, all of it comes out. You just let it all go. So from the beginning, we can start breathing through your nose. And then you exhale, you let out the air for 4 full seconds so that everything from your stomach through your lungs clears out. And then you hang that there, you hold that for 4 seconds. So if we start from the beginning, we breathe in through our nose for 4 seconds. And then you just let that last breath go. And you can sit back down. Thank you very much. So that is one example of a breathing technique. And for anybody who maybe feels nervous about presentations or any event, maybe even in a meeting or job interviews or other situations where you need to get a message across or meet somebody new or, present company information or maybe deal with a complaint perhaps. This is a technique that you can use and nobody notices you doing it. You can do it behind your mask. You can do it without people noticing. And it can really help you to calm down your nerves, and then you stride onto the stage when you're presenting or you go to that meeting or that job interview and you're calmer, you're more confident than you might otherwise have been. Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to move this back over here. And in this section, I'm going to talk to you about impact techniques that you can use for any presentation, not just for persuasive presentations, but also for company presentations, for informative presentations. Maybe you're telling somebody about a new product. Maybe you're at a trade show and you need to do some kind of presentation. But also it might be for persuasive presentations for business, or maybe something like public speaking at, a TED Talk or Toastmasters or some other way of getting English language speaking practice. So in the first section, I'm going to talk about things that you should do before the presentation. And most of these relate to the day of the presentation itself, or at least the week of the presentation. So in the first section this morning, we talked about our plan and the questions that we have to ask ourselves before we start to draft our presentation, before we sit down with the computer or our piece of paper. At this stage, we're looking at things that we can do before that presentation. We've made the plan. We know what we're going to say, but there are some important tips that we might want to follow to make sure that our presentation is as good as it possibly can be, and to make sure that our message gets across, that our audience understands us, and they go away happy. Maybe we're going to change their mind. Maybe we're going to tell them something they didn't already know. So the tips I'm going to talk about in more detail, I'm just going to outline them here, and they are: become an authority on your subject. I'll tell you more about what that means in a moment. Research your audience and adapt your language and techniques for them. Practice, practice, practice. Set high expectations. Consider priming and persuasion. I'm going to talk about what those mean in a few moments. And prepare your bio and get somebody to read it for you. So I'll go through all of these tips individually and tell you why they are useful, why they are important, and why you can consider them in your own presentations. So firstly, becoming an authority on your subject. This is something you should always do. No matter what the topic, no matter who your audience is, you really, really need to know your stuff. And from speaking to many of you, I know that you do, that you've been working for your companies for a long time, and you are experts in a particular area, and you can explain that to other people. So for example, when we had the workshop stage this morning, many of you were telling other people about the job that you do, the company you work for, or if it's your own company, what it sells, what it manufactures, what it does. And you have that expertise, you have that knowledge. You are an expert in that area. But of course, your audience isn't, or at least not yet, usually, although they might be sometimes in some business presentations. And so if you know your subject, you're not going to get stuck in situations where you can't think of what to say, or you're not sure how to describe something, or you feel that your audience maybe knows much more than you do, or maybe doesn't really know enough to understand your message. One good area that relates to this is not using your slides as a crutch. Now, the word crutch, if we use the noun, if you, for example, if you broke your leg, like my mother-in-law a couple of months ago, she broke her leg. She fell over in the house where she lives, and she went to the hospital for a few days, and then she came to stay with us. And she had to walk on a metal kind of frame that helped her to move forward. This is called a crutch. And in presentations, people sometimes use their slides as a kind of crutch, that you write your plan, you write your presentation plan on PowerPoint, and you've got everything you want to say, but everything you want to say is on the slides. And so if you get stuck, if you're not quite sure what stage comes next, you're quite often doing this. Become an authority on your subject. Don't use slides as a crutch. But you're not facing your audience. And of course, you need to engage your audience. You need to make eye contact with them. You need to address them as the human beings that they are. So if you're relying on your slides too much, what's often going to happen is that you're going to be looking at them, of course, once or twice as you are speaking, to remind yourself of where you are, or if you're looking at an image with your audience, yes, of course, you're going to draw their attention to the slides. But don't make the mistake of planning everything on, for example, PowerPoint or other presentation software and using that as your script. Because then if it's not in your head, if it's on the computer and on the screen, it's not really coming from you. So this is quite an important point that relates in a lot of ways to being an expert. You should, for example, if the projector stopped working or you had some other kind of technical problem, you should still be able to deliver your presentation without the technology. And that can happen. It's happened to me before. And If you know exactly what you are talking about, if you're an expert in that area, it's not a problem. You just carry on and nobody knows any different. Another very important thing to do is to anticipate every question your audience might ask. Now, it's up to you to decide when your audience can ask questions. Remembering, of course, that different cultures have different preferences. Some cultures will want to ask questions during your presentation. Some cultures will want to ask them always at the end. But you can ask your audience. You could say, for example, when you're introducing yourself or when you're starting, that, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to ask any questions, please feel free to raise your hand at any time. Or, if you prefer, you can ask people to save their questions until the end. And that's often better, for example, if you don't have much time and you don't want to spend a lot of time answering somebody's questions, or if you've got a very, very large audience and you feel that maybe you're going to have a lot of questions that are going to detract from the information that you are presenting. But of course, it is entirely up to you. And from speaking to many of you this morning, some of you work in very technical areas where if you are delivering a presentation, you probably are going to have to use technical language like jargon, terminology, words that relate to your specific area, your specific field. So for example, you might be talking about cosmetics, or you might be talking about LED lighting, and you have to explain that to your audience. Some of your audience will already be able to deal with that technical language. But if you really must use it, and if you know or you think that some of your audience don't already understand all of the technical language you're going to use, then make sure you can explain it, and also make sure you can pronounce it. Because a lot of us in a business context, we will read a lot of papers, we will read a lot of reports, we know these words when we see them. But sometimes, and I find out this as an English teacher sometimes, that a student might know a word when they read it, but when they pronounce it, suddenly you realize that actually you don't really know that word so well. So try to think about that and anticipate it. And that might mean reading parts of your script aloud with a partner so that they can spot any pronunciation areas before you do that with a live audience. So as I said, becoming an authority on your subject, really knowing your stuff, knowing what you're going to talk about is very, very important. As is the next part. Researching your audience and adapting your language and techniques for them. We did speak about this quite a lot in the first section. So you need to consider, for example, where they are from, what culture, are they executive level staff in your company or in another company? Are they a mixed audience from different areas, different cultures, different regions? If you possibly can, and it's not always possible to do this, but if you can, do some research into who will be in your audience. And there are many ways you can do this. One is maybe going online, going to websites like LinkedIn or Google. You know that some executives are going to be in your audience. Do a web search on them. Find out where they're from, what company they work for, maybe what university they went to, hobbies and preferences. And so you can kind of use that in your presentation. You could maybe talk to people before they sit down to watch your presentation and try to get to know a little bit about them. You might also need to adapt your language and techniques for them. So like we said before, some people in your audience will be people who've learned English as a second or foreign language. You might have to slow things down. You might have to repeat. You might sometimes need to use simpler language than you would in other situations. Because the main thing you want to do is get your message across. And if your audience can't understand that message, then it's not going to go there. It's not going to get into their heads. And they might appreciate what you're doing, but they're not really going to go away with your message in their minds. So one thing that's important about this is not delivering the same speech the same way to every audience that you meet. You might be talking about your company. So for example, maybe Chester will go around the country delivering a presentation, introducing his company and telling everybody what they are and what they do. Now, if he goes to Taipei and then goes to Kaohsiung, he's probably going to deliver quite a similar presentation because there isn't very much difference in culture between Taipei and Kaohsiung. There is some, but it's not a huge amount of difference. But let's say after COVID-19, Chester's company sends him abroad to Canada. He's not going to deliver that presentation the same way as he would here in Kaohsiung or up in Taipei, because he needs to consider the needs and preferences of that Canadian audience. We sometimes do see presenters going around conferences and workshops and seminars and trade shows, always delivering the same speech to the same audience every time. And in some cases, maybe that's what they have to do. But if you can really understand who your audience is and what they need, then maybe you'll need to change your overall message a little bit. Maybe one week you're speaking for an audience whose English is very high, and you can speak freely, you can speak quickly, you can have your own accent, you can speak as fast as you want, and everybody will understand you. The next week, it might be a very similar presentation, but you're speaking to a group of people from Indonesia who don't understand English very well, and so you have to slow things down. Maybe you need to allow them time to think about your message. You need to give them a chance to ask you questions about language, to maybe repeat things. So it's a very, very important thing to consider. Also, you also, like I said, need to consider the English language abilities of your audience, and always use a microphone. Now, this is because, like I said a few moments ago, some people in your audience are language learners, and if you are speaking with the microphone off, it's very, very important to always use a microphone. At the same time, some people in your audience might not be language learners, but they might have hearing difficulties. They may be a little bit older. So my stepmother, for example, she's 80, 81 years old. She has to put in a hearing aid to listen. And even with the hearing aid, she sometimes finds it hard to follow what people are saying. So you need to take account of that. And other people might have, other difficulties. They might not tell you about them. You might not know about them, but you need to consider that that might happen. A person might have hearing difficulties. They might not be able to read as well as you can, or they might have something like dyslexia. So you need to take account of those things. Consider your audience, consider their needs, because even with hearing difficulties and other needs, those people are still members of your audience. They're still business people. They still have a reason to be there. And also, I'm saying this again because it's very important, account for cultural differences like taboos. So in some audiences around the world, you might be able to swear. You might get really excited about your topic and you're really enthusiastic and interested, and a little swear word comes out, shh, or something like that. With some audiences, that's absolutely fine. Americans are probably not going to mind. The British, probably going to be okay. Some other audiences around the world, you really get energetic and enthusiastic, and people are happy with that. But some cultures, some people around the world will prefer you to be very business-like. They want you to seem very professional. They don't want you to swear or get too excited or enthusiastic. Even if you are presenting an idea that you feel is really, really important and new and interesting and engaging. That sometimes happens. And if you've done your research into your audience, then you can account for that. And also, try as much as possible to know people's names. It isn't always possible. Sometimes, for example, you'll be delivering a talk. You don't really get a chance to meet your audience. They'll sit down, you'll arrive, you'll deliver that talk, and maybe afterwards you'll get to meet them, but not beforehand. But when we came into the room earlier today, I made a point of greeting different people, meeting Chester and Boy and everybody else as much as possible, to try a little bit to learn people's names, where you are from, little things like that. Now, with an audience of 20 or 30 people, it's going to be very, very difficult to know and remember everybody's names. But you can remember one or two. And of course, if you are speaking to people before you deliver your presentation or your talk, then they get to know you better. They know who you are and where you are from. Maybe you can give them a little bit about what you're going to tell them and what you're going to say. And likewise, they can share something with you. They can tell you what they are expecting. They can tell you why they are there. Did their boss send them? Are they there because they're interested? And any other questions or needs that they might have. You know, it might be that you have somebody in your audience that can't hear very well. And if you greet them, they might just tell you, you know, could you please speak a little louder and always use a microphone because I have a hearing aid. This one, many people always say this, and it's always true, but not everybody practices as much as they probably need to. Practice, practice, practice as much as possible. So even for this presentation that I'm doing today, a couple of weeks ago, I practiced it with some of my own students, and then I practiced it in the classroom where I work at Zhongshan University, well, for ITI, but in the Zhongshan building, and did a little bit of practice with it with my wife, and trying to anticipate what I'm going to say, when I'm going to say it, and what impact it's going to have on the audience. And even though I've delivered lots of presentations and workshops in the past, I still always try to practice as much as possible. And you should always do that, no matter how experienced you might become in public speaking and presenting. You should always practice as much as possible, because sometimes there might be problems, like technical problems, if the projector doesn't work. Sometimes your audience might not be as receptive as you would like, and you want to get them interested. Sometimes you've got different audiences than you are used to. And so the more practice you do, the better able you will be to deal with those problems and get your message across. And people do forget this. People do draft their presentation and think, yeah, this is going to be really, really good. And then it's a couple of weeks between you finish your PowerPoint, you've written your script, and then you go and deliver it. And after that time, people tend to forget some of what they're going to say. So don't forget the importance of practice. And don't be embarrassed by practicing with people who can give you meaningful feedback. Try to practice with a relative or friend. That could be your wife or husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, brother, sister. They might not be coming to your presentation. They might not really be interested in what you have to say. But that person, because they know you, is probably going to give you honest, meaningful feedback. I know my wife definitely does. Okay, so people who know you well are more likely to give you real, meaningful feedback that can help you to improve. And that's what we always want to do. No matter how many times you deliver your speech or presentation, you always want the next time to be better than the last. You are only really as good as your last presentation. And so something that leads on from that is setting high expectations. You want your audience to look forward to the events. So for example, today we're in the Taitra offices in Kaohsiung, part of Taiwan Excellence, and you were invited to this event, and you knew that I was going to be speaking, which I I'm sure is the reason why you all came. And you're all going to learn something from today's events. And so what you might want to do is really show lots of confidence, be confident, and set high expectations for your audience. Let them believe, let them think that they're really going to learn something. They're really going to get a benefit from sitting there, listening to you speak and learning from what you have to say. Because otherwise people might change their minds. Otherwise people might think, well, I don't want to give up my time. I don't want to travel all the way to the event. I don't want to go all that way. And if there's an excuse for them not to do it, then maybe they won't come. But if you tell them that your presentation or your speech is going to be really worthwhile, you're going to tell them how they're going to change their business, how they're going to increase their sales, how they can break into international markets, then without giving too much away, you've got their attention and they're going to expect that when they come to sit down in your meeting room. So choose an appropriate venue if you can. We can't always do this, but a room like this would be perfect for a large size presentation. We've got air conditioning. We've got good lighting. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's nice and dry. There's not too much noise from outside. We did hear the thunder a little bit this morning. But things like traffic, there's a main road right out there, and we can't hear the cars and trucks. So in a venue like that, you want your audience not to be distracted. Sometimes maybe we do have to give a presentation in a coffee shop or outside or somewhere like that, and that can be okay. But if you can, try to make sure you've got an appropriate venue. And also, if you can, try to send a message to your attendees maybe 3 or 4 days before that's going to remind them, because maybe they signed up for it 2 months ago or 2 weeks ago. 3 or 4 days, you remind them of what they're coming for so they know that they've got that time in their schedule. And you give a little background information without really giving everything away. You don't tell them everything you're going to say, but you tell them why it's going to be an important and a useful event for them. Okay, priming and persuasion. These points come a little bit from psychology, but they are very useful for presentations and also maybe for other events like meetings and other things that you might want to do in your business. So for example, arrive early at the venue, not just for setting up equipment. This is very, very important because you do always want to make sure that your equipment is going to work. And if it doesn't, then you've got a plan. If you arrive at your event an hour before it's due to start, you find out the projector doesn't work, and they're going to get you a projector, but it's not going to arrive until 10 minutes into your presentation. You can still start to deliver it. You still have a plan if you arrive half an hour to 1 hour before. But if you only arrive with 5 minutes to spare and you switch on the computer and you find that the projector isn't working, then you've got to think, okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? You don't really have enough time to plan. And if you've done a lot of presentations, you might be able to deal with that situation. But if you're relatively inexperienced, then it's going to be harder for you to deal with that sudden change, that sudden situation. So do think about that. Arrive early, make sure the air conditioning is on, make sure the temperature is comfortable, make sure there's enough lighting for everybody to see. If you have handouts, if you want people to have them before you begin speaking, make sure they're arranged on people's seats or on people's desks. And other things like that that you need to consider before people arrive rather than when they are already there. And as I said, try to meet and greet people as well. So if you do greet people, then what you can do is give people business cards. Not every culture around the world uses business cards. In Britain, they're not especially common. I think in the United States, some people will use them, some people won't. In Taiwan, they're very common. In Japan and Korea, most people will have business cards. And they will exchange them when they meet you. And many of you, not all of you, but quite a few of you, gave me your business cards when you met me today. And I'll keep hold of those. And I gave you my business card as well. Now, this is good for many reasons. One, it helps you to meet that person, to greet them, to get to know their name, what company they work for. And you should look at that person's business card, read about their company, and whatever other information is on there. But also encourages something called reciprocity. Now, reciprocity refers to the exchange of something. If I give you a gift and you give me a gift, then that's one kind of reciprocity. If I do a favor for you, if you can't do me a favor back on the same day, then you might feel that you owe me some kind of favor. If I give somebody a lift to the HSR station one day, and then they go away to Taipei or Taichung or somewhere, they might come back, and a few weeks later, they might want to give me a lift, or they might want to do some other favor for me. And so this is reciprocity. We feel in many cultures that we want to make sure that if somebody gives something to us, that we can give something back. And business cards in many cultures are part of that. We give somebody our business card, they give us theirs, they know something about us, and we know something about them. And this can be very useful, and many cultures do follow that, and many cultures around the world will have business cards. Of course, that's something that you can think about as you travel. If you do travel after COVID-19, will people in that country want my business card? Will they be willing to give theirs to me? Will they have them? And also persuasion. And this is another psychological tool. This comes from a book written by a very, very famous psychologist who works, I think he works at Stanford University, I think. And his name is Robert Cialdini. He's written several very, very famous books. And persuasion is about trying to get your audience to agree with your message before you even begin to speak. And so how would we do this? How would we get our audience to agree with us before we even open our mouths? Well, Robert Cialdini says that there are many different techniques. So one, for example, the very important things like checking the temperature of the room and the lighting. Because if it's a very sunny day and people are sitting at the back and 10 minutes into your presentation, the sun is going to shine on their backs, they're not going to be thinking about your presentation. They're going to be thinking about the heat that is on the back of their shoulders, and they want to move. And then suddenly they're not listening to you anymore. Air conditioning. Countries like Taiwan, we need it, don't we? And if in this room it was too hot, then if you're delivering a presentation, people will be starting to fall asleep after about 5 minutes. And if it's too cold, then people are thinking, I need to get my jacket. I need to put my coat on. I need to roll my sleeves down. I'm too cold. They're not thinking about your presentation. They're thinking about their physical and psychological needs. So you need to think about those things before you start delivering your presentation. Also, for persuasion, there are other little tricks that you can use. Now, if you're delivering a business presentation, something small, when you meet and greet your audience, like a small gift, if the audience is not too many people, this can be really, really useful. Because this encourages reciprocity. You might give people your business card, but you might also give them, for example, a sample of a product from your company. So, for example, if you could afford it, the guys over there who work in LEDs might have a very small sample product that they can give to people who are attending their talk or their presentation. And when we receive those little gifts, they don't have to be expensive. They don't have to be more than just a few Taiwan dollars, really. But it encourages that sense of reciprocity. That gift that we receive means that we are going to sit down and listen to the presentation. We're going to pay attention. We're going to really think about what it means for us. And so if we do things like that, that can really help people to be persuaded or to listen to your presentation. Also, there are many other things that you can do. For example, let's say if you worked in an office environment and you want people to be in a good mood, and it's early in the morning, people are coming in, it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, it's a rainy day like today. You could have the smell of coffee and offer people coffee as they come in. These seem very simple, but these can help to persuade people, because if you've had a cup of coffee, you're a little bit more awake, you maybe feel a little bit better, and this can really help people more than if they just came in, sat down with, a little bit cold from the rain, a little bit upset because you got splashed by a puddle. And little things like that can really, really help. So think about what you can do before you even begin speaking to help to persuade your audience. Another thing that you can do, and this is something I asked for today, you can prepare your bio. Now, your bio is a short introduction about you, who you are, where you're from, a little bit about your credentials. It doesn't have to be very long. So a very, very long preamble or introduction about you and your organization is not really necessary. When I got my bio read earlier today, it was about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, and that's all you really need. If it's just an unofficial presentation, a little 30-second, 20-second introduction is going to be enough. And you could just get that person to come up. They deliver your bio and they say, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like your attention, please. Our speaker is about to begin. And he is from Taipei. He's here to talk to us about HTV Construction Company. And I'm sure you're all going to enjoy today's presentation. Now, the thing is about bios is that having someone else introduce you, firstly, it lets everybody know you're about to begin. So before the presentation, people might be sitting in their chairs, they might be looking at their phones, they might be reading notes, they might be chatting to other people. But when we start to hear, ladies and gentlemen, I would like your attention, please. Our speaker is about to begin, his name is, her name is, and so on. People start to think, oh, the presentation is going to begin. I need to start listening. And if they do that during the time when your bio is being read, then they're not really missing out on anything. Because they don't really need to know what university you went to, what master's degree you have, how long you've been working for your company. They can find out all of that when they speak to you later on, if they're really interested in you and your products. But the bio can help people to think, okay, the presentation is about to begin, now's my time to start listening. And if they do that if they start listening when you've already started, when your introduction is already underway, when you've started talking, they might lose out on something important that you have to say. So that's one good reason for having a bio. Another really good one is that it helps you to compose yourself. So when your bio is being read, you know that you've got maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute before you are about to begin. It's time. It's time for you to go on the stage. Maybe you're a little bit nervous. So you can use that 20, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1 minute and a half to follow this breathing technique. You're going to come up on the stage. You sometimes feel a little bit nervous. Breathe in, breathe out. While your bio is being read, while that person is telling everybody about the company you work for, the university you went to, and everything else, you're concentrating on breathing. You're concentrating on getting yourself mentally ready. So having that, even if it's just 20 seconds, a very, very short introduction about yourself, can be really, really useful. Okay. During the presentation, there are some very, very important things that you need to do while you are speaking as well, while you are up on that stage or at the front of that room. And one of the most important things concerns the idea or the message that you have for your audience. So I'm going to kind of hand over to a video. This is Chris Anderson, and he's the curator of TED. So he's the kind of person who's in charge of the whole TED conference, which they run a couple of times a year, usually in different locations around the world. But he's a very, very famous author as well. He works for a long time for Wired magazine. He's written many, many books. And in this talk, he talks about the kind of ideas that people have and how they get them into other people's minds when they're delivering a presentation. So I'd just like you to watch this part for a couple of minutes and try to understand the message that Chris Anderson is telling us about.
Your number one task as a speaker is to transfer into your listeners' minds an extraordinary gift, a strange and beautiful object that we call an idea. Let me show you what I mean. Here's Haley. She is about to give a TED Talk, and frankly, she's terrified.
Haley Van Dyke.
Over the course of 18 minutes, 1,200 people, many of whom have never seen each other before, are finding that their brains are starting to sync with Haley's brain and with each other. They're literally beginning to exhibit the same brainwave patterns. And I don't just mean that they're feeling the same emotions. There's something even more startling happening. Now let's take a look inside Haley's brain for a moment. There are billions of interconnected neurons in an impossible tangle. But look, here, right here, a few million of them are linked to each other in a way which represents a single idea. And incredibly, this exact pattern is being recreated in real time inside the minds of everyone listening. That's right. In just a few minutes, a pattern involving millions of neurons is being teleported into 1,200 minds just by people listening to a voice and watching a face.
As Chris Anderson says, that's what's going on when you're delivering a presentation. And not just presentations, it could be in a meeting, it could be in any kind of situation where you are communicating. You have an idea and you want other people to understand that idea for themselves. So you need to think about how you are going to communicate that idea and think about how your audience is going to receive that idea. And so when we come back to the section from before the presentation, you do your planning, you think about what you're going to say, how it's going to be presented, any slides and visual information you're going to use. You think about your audience's culture, you think about their language level, you think about the reason why they are there. But the main thing, according to Chris Anderson, is the idea. So it's not just about having the right level of lighting and air conditioning in the room, or the way that you dress, or your presentation style. So long as the idea gets through to your audience, then that's your main goal. And if you can achieve that, then the job is almost done. So some presenters and some people will talk about, having lots of confidence and power posture and really looking like you're confident, or the way that you dress and, wearing a suit and tie because you mean business. Today I'm not wearing a suit and tie. Okay, males, if you are going to deliver a presentation, one thing that I would probably recommend if you're delivering one is that take your tie off. Because if you're wearing a tie, and if you're going to be speaking for more than a few minutes, the tie puts a little bit of pressure on your neck. And you might not feel it when you're working at a desk, but if you're speaking and there's any kind of pressure here, that might slow you down, or it might start to affect your voice. You don't want that. You want to be relaxed. You want to be confident. You want to be able to deliver your speech. So long as you're wearing appropriate clothing, then you don't really need to worry about what you're wearing. It doesn't have to be a suit and tie or a very expensive dress. We'll look a little bit more at dress style in a few moments' time. So during the presentation, the main points that I'm going to address are these. Firstly, following your style, being you. Another very important one is to model your audience's actions for them. I'll explain this a little bit more in a moment. And also use something called cognitive dissonance. This is another little trick that we can use from psychology and I'll explain this more. Also, apply linguistic impact techniques. These are very, very important if you do study an English language presentations course over several weeks, like the ones that we teach at ITI, then a lot of that is going to be about linguistic impact techniques. And also, like Nancy Duarte said, remember that the audience is the hero of our idea. And this relates to your planning as well as to your delivery, what you are saying when you are speaking. So following your style, being you, being yourself. We'll look at Nancy Duarte from her TED Talk. We can see that she has her own style. She's wearing black, and that doesn't contrast with her surroundings. So we can see the background of the TED stage is also black, and her visuals are up in the right-hand corner. Now, what this means is that when Nancy Duarte was speaking, our attention is either on her or it's on her slides. Now, if she was wearing a very fancy, flowery, colorful dress, then sometimes we might not be looking at her visuals, we might not be looking at the slides, we may be looking at the dress because it's catching our attention. So I'd probably say that if you're going to deliver a very important business presentation, try to avoid very, very strong colors. You know, something like this, black. A lot of presenters will wear black or white, which easily goes in with any background. Most of the colors that most of you are wearing today, you know, dark blues, for example, this is absolutely fine for a presentation. So you can think about those aspects of dress sense, if you like, for wearing a presentation, for what you're going to wear in a presentation. It's easy for her to draw attention to our slides, but what if you're not using slides? Heather Hansen. She's wearing white. Very clear contrast with her background. So she's not using slides at all in that presentation. All of our attention is going to be on her. So in those cases, if you don't have any slides, you don't have any visuals, you've got an important message, then yes, you can wear a color that contrasts with your surroundings. What you might want to do is find out in advance what kind of environment you're going to be working in so that you're not wearing a very colorful shirt or a colorful dress with a colorful background, because that's just going to confuse the audience. Maybe they won't be able to see you. But if you were wearing, for example, green or pink with a black background or a white background for this type of presentation, that's absolutely fine. So it's a clear contrast with her surroundings, which is a little bit different from Nancy Duarte. Also, one thing she does in her presentation when Heather Hansen is speaking is that she uses, there's a red carpet for the TED stage, and in a section of her talk, she describes a situation where she was learning Danish, the Danish language. And she can speak Danish quite well, but sometimes she feels that if they are telling a joke, then she is outside that circle. She understands the language, but she doesn't understand the joke. And so even if you're not using slides or PowerPoints or any other visuals, you can look at the stage, you can look at your props, your microphone, things that are around you, and you can maybe use those as a way of expressing your message. Okay, another good technique is to model your audience's reactions for them. Now, if you're doing that, your audience's attention is on you, and so if you are very, very excited about something, your audience might be as well. One very, very good case study for this is Steve Jobs. Unfortunately, he's been dead for almost 10 years. But if you do watch his talks where, for example, he introduced the iPhone for the very first time, I think this is in 2006 or 2007, it was his idea. He knew what it was. He'd been through all the testing stages. He helped to develop the products. But on that day when he was standing up on that stage at Apple's headquarters, delivering that talk to all of the Apple employees, he was looking at the iPhone as if it was a brand new product that he'd never seen forever, seen it for the first time. And he's looking at his iPhone and he's thinking, I'm just going to borrow yours. Okay? And he switches it on, and nobody's ever seen that kind of thing before. He switches it on, he's scrolling, he's looking through it, and Steve Jobs' reaction, you can watch this talk on YouTube. He's like, wow, this is really amazing. Don't you agree? This is really, really good. This is the revolutionary technology. We are really going to change the world. Okay? He was really enthusiastic about it. But remember, it was partly his idea. He had been through the planning stages. He knew all the people who developed that product. It was not new to Steve Jobs. It was not a new idea to him. But when he was on that stage, he was enthusiastic. He really believed in that product, and then so did the audience. And if you watch that speech on YouTube, you can see the way that he shows the contrasts between the way things are, the old phones that are slow, we can't really communicate, and the way things could be. And then it goes back to the way things are and the way things could be. And now, about 15 years later, I'd probably guess every single one of you here has a smartphone. But back in maybe 2004, 2005, we could never have imagined that. And I don't know in the future if some of you might have an idea as big as the one that Steve Jobs had. But if you do, then that kind of presentation technique is going to be very useful. And you do want to model your audience's reactions for them. You do want to show the enthusiasm, even if you've been through the planning and it's really taking a long time and it's tedious and it's boring sometimes and you have to stay up late at night. When you deliver the final presentation, when you're telling people about that product, you really, really need to be enthusiastic. Because if you're not showing emotions, your audience won't either. If you want to be serious, your audience will probably be serious. If you're telling jokes, then hopefully your audience will laugh. If it's a more serious presentation, if you're delivering bad news, you've got a lot of company complaints or you're losing money, then you need to think about the way that your audience is going to react. Okay, I'm going to explain what cognitive dissonance means and how you can use it in presentations. This comes a little bit from psychology. Did any of you study psychology? No? Okay. If you didn't, that's absolutely fine. This is the technique that you can maybe think about. We see a lot in presentations, in persuasive presentations, but also we see them in informative business presentations and in sales pitches as well. You could say, for example, what do you see on the screen? A garbage truck. Why do we see a garbage truck? So now we're a little bit confused. We're wondering, what's he going to say? What's going on? And then I can tell you, you're a caring person. You care about the environment, don't you? Of course you do. You're all nodding. Okay, good. How many plastic bottles do you buy every day? Who buys no plastic bottles? Of course not. I can see them all on your tables. Who buys more than 5? Who buys more than 10? Okay, some of you may be trying to cut down. Some of you use a lot of plastic bottles every week. So then this is kind of a contrast. We know that we want to care about the environment. But of course, when we think about plastic bottles, they're not great for the environment, are they? But we might think about recycling. Did you know that many plastic bottles are not recycled? Many of them are, but many of them are not recycled. In many countries, the waste disposal systems receive too many bottles, more plastic bottles than they can really deal with. And so a lot of those bottles, they go into landfill sites or they're burned or they're buried. And so the solution is not recycling. The solution is to reduce the number of plastic bottles we buy. So this is a technique, you might have seen it in other presentations, where we take an idea that people think they already know, and then we contrast it, and we confuse our audience a little bit. Not too much, because if we do, we're going to lose them. But then we show them a way out. We show them a different way. You're already, putting your plastic bottles in the recycle compartment. Actually, that's not enough. Maybe you thought it was, but this is a better way. Maybe we should reduce the number of plastic bottles we use and use a flask instead, or find somewhere where we can refill our water. And if that's your message, you can persuade your audience a little bit better by getting them to challenge what they already think without offending them, without making them really confused, but by using that as a way of putting forward your message. So we see this quite often in phrases like, but did you know? We often believe this, but did you know that this is true? Many people believe that we have 6 senses. That our senses are 5 senses, sorry. Okay? Many people believe that our senses are taste, touch, smell, hearing, and sight. But did you know scientists actually tell us we have more than 20? So you take a fact that people think they already know, and you contrast it with something that is actually true. Now, it needs to be true. Don't lie to them. Don't tell them something else that isn't actually backed up by evidence. We can also use a phrase like, you might not be aware. Many people believe that polar bears have white fur. You might not be aware that polar bear's fur is actually transparent. It's the light reflecting on it that makes it look white. It's true. Okay, polar bears, if you shave their fur off, they're actually black. Okay. Or what they don't tell you is. So maybe you're using a product or a service, using maybe some cosmetics and a very famous brand maybe. Everybody, many people use it, but what they don't tell you is that it's not great for the environment. What they don't tell you about this brand is that it damages your skin. Now, the thing that they don't tell you, it needs to be something true. It needs to be something you've done your research on. Otherwise, you're really going to lose your audience because you're not going to be credible. So if you are using cognitive dissonance, make absolutely sure that you really know your stuff, and then you can use that kind of technique. So in the secret structure of great talks in Nancy Duarte's talk, she uses cognitive dissonance. She says at the beginning that we all have great ideas, but we find it hard to communicate them effectively. We don't know how to put them together in English or maybe even in Chinese. And so we feel that we're not good presenters, or we don't know how to present, or that we don't have the confidence. But she says, when we do deliver presentations, many of them fail to inspire our audiences. And so because of that, we start to think that maybe the presenter is the star of the show. We start to look at presenters who are very loud and very confident, the way they dress, the way they move, and we think, that's what I have to do. I need to present like him. I need to follow her. I need to be like Sir Ken Robinson, who did a very famous TED Talk, or Tony Robbins, or other people who are very famous for public speaking. But this is not true. Nancy Duarte says the audience is the hero. It's not all about you and the way you dress and the way you move on stage. It's about your audience. And all of the best presenters and speakers know this. And in her talk, she tells us this is how they do it. And then she talks about that technique, which I've given to you. And if you want to get the rest of her message, you can watch that TED Talk. The link has been provided in the materials from today. in Heather Hanson's talk. When we watch her whole TED talk, there's a sense of cognitive dissonance for her audience there. So for people like us, language teachers, English teachers especially, we use language rules to decide who belongs and who is an outsider. If you guys were telling each other a joke in Chinese or Taiwanese, if I was listening to you, I might not get the joke. I probably won't. I might be able to understand some of the Chinese that you speak, but when you all start laughing, I might be, and likewise, that might happen to some of you. If I and my friends were talking about something in English, you might understand most of what we are saying, but sometimes you might not understand everything if it's a joke or an idiom. And this is how we know who is an outsider. Excuse me. That when you feel embarrassed in that situation, you feel like an outsider, you feel like you don't belong. And so in classrooms, many people are forced to learn those rules to fit in. They feel that they have to learn all those idioms, all that technical language in order to be that person who understands the joke, who understands the jargon and the terminology and the idioms. But there's 400 million native speakers. There's over 2 billion who've learned it as a native language. So the numbers of people who speak English who didn't grow up speaking English, they spoke Chinese or Thai or Swahili at home, is much, much, much bigger than the numbers of people who speak English as a native language. So she says, who's the outsider now? If the number of people who've learned English as a second language is much, much bigger than the people who speak it at home, then the outsiders are the people, according to Heather Hanson, who learned it as a native language. So maybe we need to think about the way that we teach and the way we speak. Another very important thing you can think about from also from psychology is scarcity. We see this a lot in marketing and sales. We go to the department store, special deal, limited time offer. So maybe time is running out. You're there in the department store on Saturday, the sale ends on Sunday. You either buy it and make the saving, or you maybe lose out. And marketers really know how to use this. But in presentations, whether for persuasive presentations or any other type of presentation, you can use this as well. You might say, take action now. Or, time is running out. We need to act this way. We need to start recycling our bottles. Otherwise, the environment is going to have a disaster. Or other conditionals, like if we act now, this good thing will happen. But if we don't, then this bad thing will happen. And a lot of speakers will use this. A lot of speakers who talk about things like politics, for example. So a lot of politicians, when they are running for elections, they will use this kind of technique. They will say, if you vote for me, this good thing will happen. But if you vote for my opponent, if you vote for the other party, then this thing won't happen, or maybe this bad thing will happen. It sometimes happens in marketing. We sometimes use it in sales. Be careful when you do use it. Make sure that you are telling the truth. No, politicians not always are. But for you guys, you need to make sure that your message, you've backed it up, you know your stuff, and you've done your research. You know that if we don't act, this bad thing or this negative thing is going to happen or might happen. Okay. So next, I want you to look at the second handout, the second part of the handout I've given to you, which is this one here, called Impact Techniques. Now, in a few moments' time, I'm going to show you the beginning, the opening of Nancy Duarte's talk. Before I do, I'd like you to look at task 1, and you can work with partners, people around you. And what I want you to do is take the phrases from the box at the top and write them down, fit them into the lines, into the gaps in the speech. And then you can see kind of the transcript of what Nancy Duarte is going to say. So in a few minutes' time, I'll play that part of the TED Talk. But before I do, I'd like you to take the phrases from here and work with a partner. Think about where is the best place for it to go. So I'll give you about 5 minutes to do that before I play this part of Nancy Duarte's talk. I'll give you another minute. You can check with people sitting around you if you're stuck or if you want to compare your ideas. Okay, so I'll play that part of Nancy Duarte's talk. Karina, did you get all the answers? Okay. Joseph, Jason, you guys, did you get them all? All right. So I'll play that part of Nancy Duarte's talk. You can double check your answers. Please listen carefully to what she has to say.
To be here. You have the power to change the world. I'm not saying that to be cliche. You really have the power to change the world. Deep inside of you, every single one of you has the most powerful device known to man, and that's an idea. So a single idea from the human mind, it can start a groundswell, it could be a flashpoint for a movement, and it can actually rewrite our future. But an idea is powerless if it stays inside of you. If you never pull that idea out for others to contend with, it will die with you. Now, maybe some of you guys have tried to convey your idea, and it wasn't adopted, it was rejected, and some other mediocre or average idea was adopted. And the only difference between those two is in the way it was communicated. Because if you communicate an idea in a way that resonates, change will happen, and you can change the world. So my family, we collect these vintage European posters. Every time we go to Maui, we go to the dealer there. And he turns these great big posters. I love them. They all have one idea and one really clear visual that conveys the idea. They're about the size of a mattress. They're really big. They're not as thick as a mattress, but they're big. And the guy will tell the story as he turns the pages. And this one time I was flanked by my two kids, and he turns the page and this poster's underneath. And right when I lean forward and say, "Oh my God, I love this poster," both my kids jump back and they're like, "Oh my God, Mom, it's you." And this is the poster. So yeah, like, fired up.
Okay, so that's the opening of Nancy Duarte's talk. And just in that short section, just in that couple of minutes, she does use quite a few impact techniques that we can understand and that we can maybe learn from, and perhaps some of them we can use for ourselves, perhaps in a different way. So next, if you look at task 3, after you've checked your answers, now rewrite the sentences from task 1 on the lines below. One of them is for an opening or introduction. But which one? Pause to reveal, contrast, conditionals, anecdotes, and humor. Where is she using each of those techniques? Just take a few moments to write those down, and you can check with partners around you, and then I'll go through each of those stages in turn. One, two. minutes, 1 more minute, so you can check with people sitting around you. Okay. So that was the opening section of Nancy Duarte's talk. And we can see that the beginning line from the first task, she says, it's really, really great to be here. And then she uses, and that's an idea. But an idea is powerless if it stays inside of you. Because if you communicate an idea in a way that resonates, and then she continues. In this section, number 5, she's giving an example. In my family, we collect these vintage European posters. And this is the poster. So she's using those phrases as part of her impact technique for the opening or introduction, to pause or reveal, for a contrast, for conditionals, for an anecdote, to build rapport, and also for humor. So if we go back through those ones, and look at the first one again. This is something you can say in your opening and introduction. Now, some people say that who would like a chance to speak? Boy is staring at me. Okay, so Boy, all I would like you to do is you can read this section aloud for us, please.
This section.
Yep.
I'm so shy.
Don't be shy, but use the microphone.
All the sentence.
Just that paragraph, just this part. Mm-hmm.
Wait, sorry. Some people say that use greeting in your opening introduction, such as, "It's really great to be here," as a cliché. Some things people do or say too often. However, we have to remember that the audience are giving up their time and sometimes their money to hear your presentation or speech. If you prefer not to use the greeting phrases during your speech, make sure your audience feels welcome by chatting to them before you begin, if possible, and make sure the room is comfortable.
Thank you very much. Very good. Well done. So, yeah, openings and introductions. There are some people, presentation trainers, who say, don't have a lot of greetings and introduction. You don't need to say hello a lot. But this is all my advice. I would say that saying it's really great to be here, showing appreciation for your audience, it is important because, yes, they are giving up their time. Sometimes they're even giving up their money. They've paid to be there. And you need to show your audience that you appreciate that. You need to show that you are thankful that they have taken the time to come to hear you speak. Okay. Second part. Joyce?
Use the power of pause to reveal key information. You can use this technique to create a puzzle or question inside the audience's minds, and then you reveal the answer. This way, you have their full attention, and they are unlikely to misunderstand you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, the power of pause. And this is also a very, very good linguistic technique. So if you use pause in your presentation, like now, everybody's listening, okay? So when I did that pause, then people are looking at the screen, and then everybody's like, okay? And you can use that, and you should use that in your presentations, because pauses, if you use them the right way, they can really get people's attention for whatever's going to follow. So you have the pause, people listen, and then you follow that pause with something important, and you make sure that people get that important message. Okay. Is it Mike? Okay.
By highlighting the contrast, you can make the audience aware of a problem or of the difference between what is and what could be. Words and phrases like but, however, nevertheless, and on the other hand, are often used to raise the audience awareness of a contrast or conflict.
Thank you very much. So you may have learned these words and phrases in your English language classes, and in presentations they can be very useful, because if you're using conjunctions like but, although, however, in the right way, you can tell your audience that you are showing them a contrast. Or perhaps you might be adding more information, or maybe you're introducing something completely new. And if you use these words in the right way, you help your audience to understand where they are in the presentation. And that way, people can follow you, you've got their attention, and they know that the information coming is relevant to your overall message. Thank you. Let's move on to the next one. You can pass the mic back. Mm-hmm.
Conditionals, especially with if, can help the audience to understand what action they need to take. This can be used to address scarcity. If we don't do something, we will miss out, or to show the audience how they can achieve their goals. If you do this, you will be a better presenter, you will become wealthier, your business will prosper.
You might also remember things like if and other conditionals from your language classes. And this is also something you can use in your presentations. If we do this, something good will happen, because you want to persuade your audience, or you want to show them something. Okay. And the next one, who's going to take the mic next?
Personal stories or anecdotes can be effective if you want to build rapport with your audience and make them aware that you are human too. When you do use an anecdote, make sure it's relevant to the overall story. Don't forget the big picture, and make sure you don't bore or confuse your audience.
Thank you very much. So an anecdote can be a personal story. Nancy Duarte uses one where she describes when she goes to Maui in Hawaii with her family. She'll buy these big posters, and she shows one of them as an example to kind of reinforce what she's saying on that stage. And sometimes you can use them, but like I said, make sure that they are relevant, make sure that your audience will benefit from hearing that story. Okay, and one more point.
Humor can be a real useful way of building and maintaining rapport. When the audience is loud with you, you will gain confidence and will create a bond with your audience. The audience is also more likely to remember your message if you make them laugh and feel good, even when your delivering is a business presentation with lots of slides and data. Not every presentation needs humor, and in some cases, such as when delivering bad news, you should avoid it. But it's much better to be known as humorous presenter than a serious or boring one.
All right, excellent. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, humor, you can use it in presentations. It's very, very hard to plan to use humor unless you're a professional comedian or someone who naturally is able to make people laugh. But if you are confident, then when a funny situation happens, so for example, maybe this morning when we had the thunder and we could hear that as I was speaking, that gave a little bit of a laugh to some people. So you need to think about if it's an appropriate situation, if it's a bad news presentation, if you're telling people that their company has lost money or that their CEO has resigned or something, then maybe humor isn't really the best thing. But you can use it if you know how to use it and if you use it the right way. Like we said before, try to avoid taboos, try to avoid anything that's going to offend your audience. But if you do get to know your audience and you feel you know them quite well and you understand them and their culture, then humor can be a really, really useful technique. And of course, if your audience is laughing, then they're more relaxed, they maybe feel a little bit better, and they will understand your overall message better. Okay. So for openings and introductions, I'll just recap that section. You can use phrases like, it's really, really great to be here. And I would recommend that you take account, you are aware of the fact that people are giving up their time, they are maybe giving up their money to hear you speak, to hear your message. And so you should be thankful for it, I think. This isn't the only phrase you could use. You could say things like, thanks so much for coming. Thanks very much for coming. You can also say this at the end, but if you say this at the beginning, then you're really showing your appreciation for the audience. You could also say something like, I'm really enthusiastic about this idea, and after my presentation, you will be too. And in your opening or introduction, you've got people's attention, you're greeting them, but you're giving them a reason to listen. And so you're trying to persuade them, you want them to listen to your message. And by starting with a phrase like this one, you can help to reinforce that. Also, pause and reveal. So when Nancy Duarte speaks, she says, every single one of you has the most important device known to man. And that's an idea. Sometimes in language classes, they'll say you should never start a sentence with and. But here, you can. Because this is for impact. This is using pause in an appropriate way. Because we want to know what's going to follow. The most important thing known to man, the most important thing, what is it? We want her to reveal it. So that pause gets everybody's attention, and then she says, and that's an idea. Now we know what the main thing is that Nancy Duarte is going to tell us about, and so we can follow her idea, we can follow the context. You could use it in a different way. Many speakers do not appreciate the power of pause. You could put a pause in a different place in the sentence. Many speakers do not appreciate the power of pause. Many speakers do not appreciate the power of pause. Again, this is all part of you being you. This is all part of your own technique. What might work for one of you might work in a different way for somebody else. So as you are practicing your speech in Chinese or in English, try, if possible, to have an audience, but also maybe, if possible, record yourself. You can get a video camera or maybe just record yourself, the dialogue on your phone. And when you're speaking, think, does it sound natural? If I'm using a pause here, does it sound right? Or do I need to put it somewhere else? If I'm using other linguistic techniques, does it sound right? And what might sound good for you might sound different for somebody else. Contrasts. So in Nancy Duarte's speech, she uses the word but. But an idea is powerless if it stays inside of you. So those ideas, they're very, very important. But if you don't know how to say them, if you don't know how to express them, then it's going to be very, very difficult for you to make the change that you want to make. So you could say, for example, many people believe we have 5 senses. In fact, we have more than 20. So you could have but, you could have in fact, you could have actually, you could have as a matter of fact. There are many other phrases and words that you can use to show that contrast between, of course, what is and what could be, or what's happening now and what will happen in the future. Conditionals, which you might also remember from English language classes, a lot of them work with if you communicate in an idea that resonates. Speeches are only effective when you prepare thoroughly. When you don't prepare thoroughly, speeches are not always effective. So it's not just if, you can use when, you can use other words to show that kind of what will happen if something else happens, cause and effect. Anecdotes can also be very, very useful. So in Nancy Duarte's talk, she describes that situation where she goes to Hawaii and buys those huge European posters. I could say, for example, when I was living in Korea, I used to teach in South Korea, we used to eat kimchi several times a week. Before I went to South Korea, I don't think I'd ever eaten kimchi before. But when I lived in Korea, I ate it very often, and now I still enjoy kimchi or pad thai quite a lot. Excuse me. I am still getting over a cold. And then humor. So this is the punchline. This is the poster that she uses in her speech. Now, humor is going to be up to you to decide if it's appropriate for your speech. Not every speech will need it. Not every speech really requires humor. But if you really feel that your audience will benefit from 1 or 2 little jokes, then that's absolutely fine. Go ahead and use them. Maybe include them in your practice a few times before you go ahead and use them. But of course, a lot of the best humor is spontaneous. It happens in an unplanned way. And if you're not sure about how to use it, then maybe the best idea is don't. But if you are confident, if you do feel that humor is going to work for you, then go ahead and use it. Okay. We're a little bit ahead of time. So what I'm going to do next is allow you to think about these tips that I've put on the handout for you and everything else I've said today. Does anybody else have any other questions you want to ask? Or do you have any other tips that you've heard from other presenters that you maybe want to share with us? So I'm just going to open up a short Q&A session. If anybody wants to ask a question, then feel free to raise your hand and I'll try my best to provide you with an answer. Okay. If you don't have any questions for us right now, then what I'd like you to do just for the next 10 minutes before we take a break. Before we were working in small groups and you had a chance to find out a little bit about your new partners or maybe people you work with already. What I'd like you to do for just a few minutes is speak to them and just ask them a few questions about themselves and maybe the company they work for, where they are from, what role they have in the company, what they do in that job, maybe things like qualifications, the university they went to, and anything else that you might feel is interesting about that person, because we're going to use that in the final section. So again, if nobody else has any questions for me about impact techniques. No? Okay. So spend a few minutes speaking with your partners and just ask them those types of questions and write down that information. Where are you from? What do you do? You're going to use that information in the final section. Okay. We'll give that about 10 minutes, and then once you've got that information, you can go ahead and take a break. Okay.
各位现场的企业先进，接下来是中场休息时间，我们场外也备有茶点，欢迎自由取用。如果各位来宾有任何疑问，也欢迎把握时间与讲师交流。那再次提醒您，不要忘记离场前要帮我们扫描座位上的 QR code， 填写电子问卷。谢谢。 天的讲座。接下来是最后一场讲座，我们再次欢迎 Martin 带领大家一起学习 TED 精彩案例解析。Let's welcome Mr. Martin Cook for his last presentation of successful cases from TED. Welcome.
Everybody, and yeah, good to welcome you all back. I hope you enjoyed the chance to have a little bit of tea, maybe some coffee, and those delicious cakes and sandwiches that have been provided for us. Okay. Later, after we analyze and watch this TED Talk, whenever I deliver workshops and talks and events like this, I always like to give my audience a chance to practice a little bit of public speaking for themselves. So later on, you're going to use the information that you have gained from speaking with your partners to deliver a short introduction, like you would when you're reading your partner's bio, their biography. It will only need to be about 30 seconds to 1 minute, but please think about the information that you have gained from speaking to them. And one structure that you could use would be to say, for example, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce, and then you can say the person's name. And all else that you might need to say is where they are from, the company they work for, the role that they have, maybe marketing manager or accounts manager. Maybe something interesting about them, things that they like or don't like. Maybe something about their education, and anything else that they have told you that is interesting that they're willing to share. That's going to be later. Now that everybody's back and sitting down, I'm going to get into the next section of analyzing successful TED Talks. And I'm going to show you one talk from the International TED Conference 2 years ago that was delivered by Kate Raworth, Dr. Kate Raworth, who is a professor, I believe, at Oxford University in the UK. And it's a very engaging and interesting talk. And first we're going to analyze it. We're going to look at some questions. And these types of questions, perhaps you can use them in the future if you do want to look at more TED Talks, maybe for language learning, or maybe because you're looking at other ways of improving your presentation technique, or maybe you even want to deliver a TED Talk in the future. And so these questions can be applied to Dr. Kate Raworth's TED Talk, as well as to other ones that you might watch in the future. So before we play that, I'd just like to show you the questions, and you only need to consider one or maybe one or two. So one is enough. Two, if you feel that you've got a really good level of English or you're really interested in this sort of topic. Her talk is called A Healthy Economy Should Be Designed to Thrive, Not Grow. And the questions I would want you to think about, and remember, you only need one or two if you feel you can do it. How does she introduce her talk? How does she use the power of pause? And what key information does she reveal after those pauses? How does Kate contrast to highlight what is and what could or should be? How does she use conditionals? So remember that if you use words like if or when, or maybe should you have any problems, please contact me. How does she use conditionals to tell us what we can do for a better future? How does she establish rapport with her audience? So rapport is where you have that kind of bond, where you are using ways, being friendly to get your audience to understand your message. And does she use humor in her talk? And if she does, how does she do it? So when you're watching, you just need to watch for information on one or maybe two of these questions. That's going to be enough. And then watch and listen for the rest of the information. Enjoy the talk and see what we can learn from it. After the TED Talk has been played, we will check our answers to these questions by checking with each other. And then we'll watch it one final time to see if we can understand her overall message. Okay, so I'll just hand over to the TED Talk by Dr. Kate Raworth.
Have you ever watched a baby learning to crawl? Because as any parent knows, it's gripping. First, they wriggle about on the floor, usually backwards, but then they drag themselves forwards. And then they pull themselves up to stand. And we all clap. And that simple motion of forwards and upwards, it's the most basic direction of progress we humans recognize. We tell it in our story of evolution as well. From our lolloping ancestors to Homo erectus, finally upright, to Homo sapiens, depicted always a man, always mid-stride. So no wonder we so readily believe that economic progress will take this very same shape, this ever-rising line of growth. It's time to think again, to reimagine the shape of progress. Because today, we have economies that need to grow, whether or not they make us thrive. And what we need, especially in the richest countries, are economies that make us thrive, whether or not they grow. Yes, it's a little flip in words, hiding a profound shift in mindset. But I believe this is the shift we need to make if we, humanity, are going to thrive here together this century. So where did this obsession with growth come from? Well, GDP, gross domestic product, it's just the total cost of goods and services sold in an economy in a year. It was invented in the 1930s, but it very soon became the overriding goal of policymaking. So much so that even today, in the richest of countries, governments think that the solution to their economic problems lies in more growth. Just how that happened is best told through the 1960 classic by W. Rostow. I love it so much, I have a first edition copy. The Stages of Economic Growth, a non-communist manifesto. You can just smell the politics, huh? And Rostow tells us that all economies need to pass through 5 stages of growth. First, traditional society, where a nation's output is limited by its technology, its institutions, and mindset. But then the preconditions for takeoff, where we get the beginnings of a banking industry, the mechanization of work, and the belief that growth is necessary for something beyond itself, like national dignity or a better life for the children. Then takeoff, where compound interest is built into the economy's institutions, and growth becomes the normal condition. Fourth is the drive to maturity, where you can have any industry you want, no matter your natural resource base. And the fifth and final stage, the age of high mass consumption, where people can buy all the consumer goods they want, like bicycles and sewing machines. This was 1960, remember? Well, you can hear the implicit airplane metaphor in this story. But this plane is like no other, because it can never be allowed to land. Rostow left us flying into the sunset of mass consumerism. And he knew it, as he wrote. And then, the question beyond, where history offers us only fragments. What to do when the increase in real income itself loses its charm? He asked that question, but he never answered it, and here's why. The year was 1960. He was an advisor to the presidential candidate John F. Kennedy, who was running for election on the promise of 5% growth. So Rostow's job was to keep that plane flying, not to ask if, how, or when it could ever be allowed to land. So here we are, flying into the sunset of mass consumerism, over half a century on. with economies that have come to expect, demand, and depend upon unending growth, because we're financially, politically, and socially addicted to it. We're financially addicted to growth because today's financial system is designed to pursue the highest rate of monetary return, putting publicly traded companies under constant pressure to deliver growing sales, growing market share, and growing profits. And because banks create money as debt bearing interest, which must be repaid with more. We're politically addicted to growth because politicians want to raise tax revenue without raising taxes, and a growing GDP seems a sure way to do that. And no politician wants to lose their place in the G20 family photo. But if their economy stops growing while the rest keep going, well, they'll be booted out by the next emerging powerhouse. And we are socially addicted to growth because, thanks to a century of consumer propaganda, which fascinatingly was created by Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, who realized that his uncle's psychotherapy could be turned into very lucrative retail therapy if we could be convinced to believe that we transform ourselves every time we buy something more. None of these addictions are insurmountable, but they all deserve far more attention than they currently get. Because look where this journey's been taking us. Global GDP is 10 times bigger than it was in 1950, and that increase has brought prosperity to billions of people. But the global economy has also become incredibly divisive, with the vast share of returns to wealth now accruing to a fraction of the global 1%. And the economy has become incredibly degenerative, rapidly destabilizing this delicately balanced planet on which all of our lives depend. Our politicians know it, and so they offer new destinations for growth. You can have green growth, inclusive growth, smart, resilient, balanced growth. Choose any future you want, so long as you choose growth. I think it's time to choose a higher ambition, a far bigger one, because humanity's 21st century challenge is clear: to meet the needs of all people within the means of this extraordinary, unique, living planet, so that we and the rest of nature can thrive. Progress on this goal isn't going to be measured with the metric of money. We need a dashboard of indicators. And when I sat down to try and draw a picture of what that might look like, strange though this is going to sound, it came out looking like a donut. I know, I'm sorry. But let me introduce you to the one donut that might actually turn out to be good for us. So imagine humanity's resource use radiating out from the middle. That hole in the middle is a place where people are falling short on life's essentials. They don't have the food, healthcare, education, political voice, housing that every person needs for a life of dignity and opportunity. We want to get everybody out of the hole, over the social foundation and into that green donut itself. But, and it's a big but, we cannot let our collective resource use overshoot that outer circle, the ecological ceiling, because there we put so much pressure on this extraordinary planet that we begin to kick it out of kilter. We cause climate breakdown. We acidify the oceans, a hole in the ozone layer, pushing ourselves beyond the planetary boundaries of the life-supporting systems that have, for the last 11,000 years, made Earth such a benevolent home to humanity. So this double-sided challenge to meet the needs of all within the means of the planet, it invites a new shape of progress. No longer this ever-rising line of growth, but a sweet spot for humanity, thriving in dynamic balance between the foundation and the ceiling. And I was really struck, once I'd drawn this picture, to realize that the symbol of well-being in many ancient cultures reflects this very same sense of dynamic balance. From the Maori Takarangi, to the Taoist yin-yang, the Buddhist endless knot, the Celtic double spiral. So can we find this dynamic balance in the 21st century? Well, that's a key question, because as these red wedges show, right now we are far from balance, falling short and overshooting at the same time. Look in that hole, you can see that millions or billions of people worldwide still fall short on their most basic of needs. And yet we've already overshot at least 4 of these planetary boundaries, risking irreversible impacts of climate breakdown and ecosystem collapse. This is the state of humanity, and our planetary home. We, the people of the early 21st century, this is our selfie. No economist from last century saw this picture. So why would we imagine that their theories would be up for taking on its challenges? We need ideas of our own because we are the first generation to see this, and probably the last with a real chance of turning this story around. You see, 20th century economics assured us that if growth creates inequality, don't try to redistribute, because more growth will even things up again. If growth creates pollution, don't try to regulate, because more growth will clean things up again. Except, it turns out, it doesn't, and it won't. We need to create economies that tackle this shortfall and overshoot together by design. We need economies that are regenerative and distributive by design. You see, we've inherited degenerative industries. We take Earth's materials, make them into stuff we want, use it for a while, often only once, and then throw it away. And that is pushing us over planetary boundaries. So we need to bend those arrows around, create economies that work with and within the cycles of the living world, so that resources are never used up, but are used again and again. Economies that run on sunlight, where waste from one process is food for the next. And this kind of regenerative design is popping up everywhere. Over 100 cities worldwide, from Quito to Oslo, from Harare to Hobart, already generate more than 70% of their electricity from sun, wind, and waves. Cities like London, Glasgow, Amsterdam are pioneering circular city design, finding ways to turn the waste from one urban process into food for the next. And from Tigray, Ethiopia, to Queensland, Australia, farmers and foresters are regenerating once barren landscapes so that it teems with life again. But as well as being regenerative by design, our economies must be distributive by design. And we've got unprecedented opportunities for making that happen. Because 20th century centralized technologies, institutions, concentrated wealth, knowledge, and power in few hands. This century, we can design our technologies and institutions to distribute wealth, knowledge, and empowerment to many. Instead of fossil fuel energy and large-scale manufacturing, we've got renewable energy networks, digital platforms, and 3D printing. 200 years of corporate control over intellectual property is being upended by the bottom-up, open-source, peer-to-peer knowledge commons. And corporations that still pursue maximum rate of return for their shareholders, well, they suddenly look rather out of date next to social enterprises that are designed to generate multiple forms of value and share it with those throughout their networks. If we can harness today's technologies, from AI to blockchain, to the Internet of Things, to material science, if we can harness these in service of distributive design, we can ensure that healthcare, education, finance, energy, political voice reaches and empowers those people who need it most. You see, regenerative and distributive design create extraordinary opportunities for the 21st century economy. So, where does this leave Rostow's airplane ride? Well, for some, it still carries the hope of endless green growth, the idea that thanks to dematerialization, exponential GDP growth can go on forever while resource use keeps falling. But look at the data. This is a flight of fancy. Yes, we need to dematerialize our economies, but this dependency on unending growth cannot be decoupled from resource use on anything like the scale required to bring us safely back within planetary boundaries. I know this way of thinking about growth is unfamiliar, because growth is good, no? We want our children to grow, our gardens to grow. Yes, look to nature, and growth is a wonderful, healthy source of life. It's a phase, but many economies like Ethiopia and Nepal today may be in that phase. Their economies are growing at 7% a year. But look again to nature, because from your children's feet to the Amazon forest, nothing in nature grows forever. Things grow, and they grow up, and they mature, and it's only by doing so that they can thrive for a very long time. We already know this. If I told you my friend went to the doctor who told her she had a growth, well, that feels very different, because we intuitively understand that when something tries to grow forever within a healthy, living, thriving system, It's a threat to the health of the whole. So why would we imagine that our economies would be the one system that could buck this trend and succeed by growing forever? We urgently need financial, political, and social innovations that enable us to overcome this structural dependency on growth so that we can instead focus on thriving in balance within the social and the ecological boundaries of the donut. And if the mere idea of boundaries makes you feel, well, bounded, think again. Because the world's most ingenious people turn boundaries into the source of their creativity. From Mozart on his 5-octave piano, Jimi Hendrix on his 6-string guitar, Serena Williams on a tennis court. It's boundaries that unleash our potential. And the donut's boundaries unleash the potential for humanity to thrive with boundless creativity, participation, belonging, and meaning. It's going to take all the ingenuity that we have got to get there. So bring it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So you will get a chance to watch that again and understand it a little bit better. But before you do, choose one or maybe two of these questions if you didn't already, and with your partners sitting around you, see if you can remember, how did she introduce her talk? How did she use the power of pause? How did she use contrast? How did she use conditionals like if? How did she establish rapport with the audience? And how did she use humor? Remember, you're only needing individually to look at one or two of those questions, but your partner might look at a different question. So I'll give you a few minutes to work together and see what information you can recall from that TED Talk. Okay, I'll give you another minute and then I'll play it again and you can check if you are correct. Okay, we are going to watch that talk again in a moment. And often if you're watching a presentation, you're only going to get one chance. So you need to think about what the presenter's message is or is going to be, why they are delivering that message, and what kind of idea they want to transmit or put from their brain into your brain. The advantage of having things like TED Talks or recorded talks are that you can watch them again, you can look at the language, you could maybe watch it again with Chinese subtitles if you need to. And you can use all of that information to analyze somebody else's speech or talk. And if they have delivered a really successful, a good talk, you can use some of the language and some of the techniques for yourself. So if you are using TED Talks as a way of improving your own public speaking, it can be quite useful if you're a language learner like you are to watch the TED Talk all the way through once, maybe with subtitles, maybe without if you feel that you can manage without them. And then now after you understand maybe the main idea, think about it for a little while, ask yourself some questions, and then go back and watch it again and analyze, analyze it in a little bit more detail. So that's what we're going to do now. You'll have a chance to watch the TED Talk again and think about the answers to those questions. I've seen that you were discussing them with your partners, and many of you have managed to remember a lot of very, very useful information. Now you have a chance to watch it again, see if you can capture it a second time.
Have you ever watched a baby learning to crawl? Because as any parent knows, it's gripping. First, they wriggle about on the floor, usually backwards, but then they drag themselves forwards. And then they pull themselves up to stand. And we all clap. And that simple motion of forwards and upwards, it's the most basic direction of progress we humans recognize. We tell it in our story of evolution as well. From our lolloping ancestors to Homo erectus, finally upright, to Homo sapiens, depicted always a man, always mid-stride. So no wonder we so readily believe that economic progress will take this very same shape, this ever-rising line of growth. It's time to think again, to reimagine the shape of progress. Because today, we have economies that need to grow, whether or not they make us thrive. And what we need, especially in the richest countries, are economies that make us thrive, whether or not they grow. Yes, it's a little flip in words, hiding a profound shift in mindset. But I believe this is the shift we need to make if we, humanity, are going to thrive here together this century. So where did this obsession with growth come from? Well, GDP, gross domestic product, it's just the total cost of goods and services sold in an economy in a year. It was invented in the 1930s, but it very soon became the overriding goal of policymaking. So much so that even today, in the richest of countries, governments think that the solution to their economic problems lies in more growth. Just how that happened is best told through the 1960 classic by W. Rostow. I love it so much, I have a first edition copy. The Stages of Economic Growth, a non-communist manifesto. You can just smell the politics, huh? And Rostow tells us that all economies need to pass through 5 stages of growth. First, traditional society, where a nation's output is limited by its technology, its institutions, and mindset. But then the preconditions for takeoff, where we get the beginnings of a banking industry, the mechanization of work, and the belief that growth is necessary for something beyond itself, like national dignity or a better life for the children. Then takeoff, where compound interest is built into the economy's institutions, and growth becomes the normal condition. Fourth is the drive to maturity, where you can have any industry you want, no matter your natural resource base. And the fifth and final stage, the age of high mass consumption, where people can buy all the consumer goods they want, like bicycles and sewing machines. This was 1960, remember? Well, you can hear the implicit airplane metaphor in this story. But this plane is like no other, because it can never be allowed to land. Rostow left us flying into the sunset of mass consumerism. And he knew it, as he wrote. And then, the question beyond, where history offers us only fragments. What to do when the increase in real income itself loses its charm? He asked that question, but he never answered it, and here's why. The year was 1960. He was an advisor to the presidential candidate John F. Kennedy, who was running for election on the promise of 5% growth. So Rostow's job was to keep that plane flying, not to ask if, how, or when it could ever be allowed to land. So here we are, flying into the sunset of mass consumerism, over half a century on, with economies that have come to expect, demand, and depend upon unending growth, because we're financially, politically, and socially addicted to it. We're financially addicted to growth because today's financial system is designed to pursue the highest rate of monetary return, putting publicly traded companies under constant pressure to deliver growing sales, growing market share, and growing profits. And because banks create money as debt bearing interest, which must be repaid with more. We're politically addicted to growth because politicians want to raise tax revenue without raising taxes, and a growing GDP seems a sure way to do that. And no politician wants to lose their place in the G20 family photo. But if their economy stops growing while the rest keep going, well, they'll be booted out by the next emerging powerhouse. And we are socially addicted to growth because, thanks to a century of consumer propaganda, which fascinatingly was created by Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, who realized that his uncle's psychotherapy could be turned into very lucrative retail therapy if we could be convinced to believe that we transform ourselves every time we buy something more. None of these addictions are insurmountable, but they all deserve far more attention than they currently get. Because look where this journey's been taking us. Global GDP is 10 times bigger than it was in 1950, and that increase has brought prosperity to billions of people. But the global economy has also become incredibly divisive, with the vast share of returns to wealth now accruing to a fraction of the global 1%. And the economy has become incredibly degenerative, rapidly destabilizing this delicately balanced planet on which all of our lives depend. Our politicians know it, and so they offer new destinations for growth. You can have green growth, inclusive growth, smart, resilient, balanced growth. Choose any future you want, so long as you choose growth. I think it's time to choose a higher ambition, a far bigger one, because humanity's 21st century challenge is clear: to meet the needs of all people within the means of this extraordinary, unique, living planet, so that we and the rest of nature can thrive. Progress on this goal isn't going to be measured with the metric of money. We need a dashboard of indicators. And when I sat down to try and draw a picture of what that might look like, strange though this is going to sound, it came out looking like a donut. I know, I'm sorry. But let me introduce you to the one donut that might actually turn out to be good for us. So imagine humanity's resource use radiating out from the middle. That hole in the middle is a place where people are falling short on life's essentials. They don't have the food, healthcare, education, political voice, housing that every person needs for a life of dignity and opportunity. We want to get everybody out of the hole, over the social foundation and into that green donut itself. But, and it's a big but, we cannot let our collective resource use overshoot that outer circle, the ecological ceiling, because there we put so much pressure on this extraordinary planet that we begin to kick it out of kilter. We cause climate breakdown. We acidify the oceans, a hole in the ozone layer, pushing ourselves beyond the planetary boundaries of the life-supporting systems that have, for the last 11,000 years, made Earth such a benevolent home to humanity. So this double-sided challenge to meet the needs of all within the means of the planet, it invites a new shape of progress. No longer this ever-rising line of growth, but a sweet spot for humanity, thriving in dynamic balance between the foundation and the ceiling. And I was really struck, once I'd drawn this picture, to realize that the symbol of well-being in many ancient cultures reflects this very same sense of dynamic balance. From the Maori Takarangi, to the Taoist yin-yang, the Buddhist endless knot, the Celtic double spiral. So can we find this dynamic balance in the 21st century? Well, that's a key question, because as these red wedges show, right now we are far from balance, falling short and overshooting at the same time. Look in that hole, you can see that millions or billions of people worldwide still fall short on their most basic of needs. And yet we've already overshot at least 4 of these planetary boundaries, risking irreversible impacts of climate breakdown and ecosystem collapse. This is the state of humanity and our planetary home. We, the people of the early 21st century, this is our selfie. No economist from last century saw this picture. So why would we imagine that their theories would be up for taking on its challenges? We need ideas of our own because we are the first generation to see this, and probably the last with a real chance of turning this story around. You see, 20th century economics assured us that if growth creates inequality, don't try to redistribute, because more growth will even things up again. If growth creates pollution, don't try to regulate, because more growth will clean things up again. Except, it turns out, it doesn't, and it won't. We need to create economies that tackle this shortfall and overshoot together by design. We need economies that are regenerative and distributive by design. You see, we've inherited degenerative industries. We take Earth's materials, make them into stuff we want, use it for a while, often only once, and then throw it away. And that is pushing us over planetary boundaries. So we need to bend those arrows around, create economies that work with and within the cycles of the living world, so that resources are never used up, but are used again and again. Economies that run on sunlight, where waste from one process is food for the next. And this kind of regenerative design is popping up everywhere. Over 100 cities worldwide, from Quito to Oslo, from Harare to Hobart, already generate more than 70% of their electricity from sun, wind, and waves. Cities like London, Glasgow, Amsterdam are pioneering circular city design, finding ways to turn the waste from one urban process into food for the next. And from Tigray, Ethiopia, to Queensland, Australia, farmers and foresters are regenerating once barren landscapes so that it teems with life again. But as well as being regenerative by design, our economies must be distributive by design. And we've got unprecedented opportunities for making that happen. Because 20th century centralized technologies, institutions, concentrated wealth, knowledge, and power in few hands. This century, we can design our technologies and institutions to distribute wealth, knowledge, and empowerment to many. Instead of fossil fuel energy and large-scale manufacturing, we've got renewable energy networks, digital platforms, and 3D printing. 200 years of corporate control over intellectual property is being upended by the bottom-up, open-source, peer-to-peer knowledge commons. And corporations that still pursue maximum rate of return for their shareholders, well, they suddenly look rather out of date next to social enterprises that are designed to generate multiple forms of value and share it with those throughout their networks. If we can harness today's technologies, from AI to blockchain, to the Internet of Things, to material science, if we can harness these in service of distributive design, we can ensure that healthcare, education, finance, energy, political voice reaches and empowers those people who need it most. You see, regenerative and distributive design create extraordinary opportunities for the 21st century economy. So, where does this leave Rostow's airplane ride? Well, for some, it still carries the hope of endless green growth, the idea that thanks to dematerialization, exponential GDP growth can go on forever while resource use keeps falling. But look at the data. This is a flight of fancy. Yes, we need to dematerialize our economies, but this dependency on unending growth cannot be decoupled from resource use on anything like the scale required to bring us safely back within planetary boundaries. I know this way of thinking about growth is unfamiliar, because growth is good, no? We want our children to grow, our gardens to grow. Yes, look to nature, and growth is a wonderful, healthy source of life. It's a phase, but many economies like Ethiopia and Nepal today may be in that phase. Their economies are growing at 7% a year. But look again to nature, because from your children's feet to the Amazon forest, nothing in nature grows forever. Things grow, and they grow up, and they mature, and it's only by doing so that they can thrive for a very long time. We already know this. If I told you my friend went to the doctor who told her she had a growth, well, that feels very different, because we intuitively understand that when something tries to grow forever within a healthy, living, thriving system, it's a threat to the health of the whole. So why would we imagine that our economies would be the one system that could buck this trend and succeed by growing forever? We urgently need financial, political, and social innovations that enable us to overcome this structural dependency on growth, so that we can instead focus on thriving in balance within the social and the ecological boundaries of the donut. And if the mere idea of boundaries makes you feel, well, bounded, think again. Because the world's most ingenious people turn boundaries into the source of their creativity. From Mozart on his 5-octave piano, Jimi Hendrix on his 6-string guitar, Serena Williams on a tennis court. It's boundaries that unleash our potential. And the donut's boundaries unleash the potential for humanity to thrive with boundless creativity, participation, belonging, and meaning. It's going to take all the ingenuity that we have got to get there. So bring it on. Thank you.
Okay, just take a very quick moment and check with partners around you again. Did you catch any more of this information the second time? And then we'll check it all together and we'll consider how we can use some of these ideas in our own presentations. Give you 1 more minute. Okay. So this is one example of a good TED Talk. And as I said before, if you wish to later on, maybe not today, but later this week or in the future, you can watch that talk again with subtitles, with Chinese subtitles perhaps, and analyze it and slow it down and really get to understand it. And you can do that with many other TED Talks or online speeches that you can find. So let's go through the answers to these questions. So let's see. Please stand up. Okay. So if you think you can answer the first question, stay standing. If you don't know how Kate Rowath introduced her talk, then sit down. Ah, okay, okay. So how does she introduce her talk?
She started her speech from giving us the picture for the baby started to crawling, and they were drill themselves backward and forward. Then they practice and practice. Then they can walk, and also another picture for the 那个人猿 the monkeys, it's the human, yes. And so give us the picture of the economy grows. Yeah, it's just the same shape, in the same shape of economy grows.
Good, thank you. Sure, I'll take this one if you want to go with that one. All right, thank you very, very much. So yeah, she uses, it's called a metaphor, where she takes the kind of idea of the crawling baby and then the kind of evolution of humans from monkeys to apes to, men and women. And then she uses that to get us into the idea of how growth works and what growth is. Okay, stand up again. Okay, because I know it's the middle of the afternoon, I want to wake you up a little bit. So next question, how does she use the power of pause? What key information does she reveal after those pauses? If you think you can answer that question, stand up. If you're not sure or can't, then you can sit down. Really? I saw quite a few of you have the answer written on your pages. Okay, so in her talk, she does use pause quite often. When she's making a serious point, for example, she uses pause to really keep the audience's attention. So, for example, towards the end of her talk, she talks about that metaphor, the other metaphor of the plane that can never be allowed to land. And there's that pause there, that plane, but it can never be allowed to land. And so that idea of growth being like a plane that goes up into the air, but it can never go down, it always has to keep going up. She wants to keep the audience's attention there, and she uses pause. And she does that in several parts of her speech, in the beginning and during the body, and also towards the end when she's talking about that donuts model to emphasize her point. All right. I know quite a few of you have your answer to the next one, so let's stand up again. How does Kate use contrast to highlight what is and what could or should be? Stand up if you have an answer to this one. Sit down if you're not sure. You see, I do see quite a few of you have an answer written on your page. If you want to pass the mic to Chester.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chester, and our team have 2 points on this question, but I'm not sure about it, but I still want to describe to everyone. The first one is they mentioned about, the lady mentioned about her friend to looking for a doctor, but doctor said you are growth in your body. But she said, in this way, growth in your body means maybe you're not healthy. But how comes people think the growth about the economy is good all the time? So probably it's opposite. Yeah, and another point is to say the Amazon forest is keep growth until they mature and they have a limited. And how come the people think that economy can unlimited growth? Maybe until the ceiling, they will stop it. So maybe we have to do is restore or regenerate about the economy, not make them keep growth, I think. Yes, these 2 points.
Good, thank you very much. And those are right. So yeah, for contrast, and this is a little bit of cognitive dissonance going back to something I mentioned before. We tend to think of growth as something positive, as always something good. But then she uses the situation of one of her friends who went to the doctor, and the doctor told her that she had a growth, and that would have a different meaning. So in that case, growth would be something bad. It would be something negative. And also she talks about how people always think that growth must be a good thing. And so we have to kind of get them to change their minds, change their methods, change their policies. And she says the word but, and then she says, but, and it's a big but. So, but, and she's showing us the contrast, but it's really, really important. But, and it's a big but. Many people will not want to change their minds. Many people like the status quo. The people who have earned a lot of wealth and become very wealthy and rich through the status quo, it's going to be hard to convince them to change and to follow the model that Kate Raworth is discussing. Okay, let's stand up again. It's conditionals. If you think you can answer that question, stay standing. Okay. I see so many people, they have an answer written on the page. Okay, go ahead.
This is my own view. I try to share with everyone. She mentioned, I think she used a lot of questions to ask the audience. And for example, she asked, what if we can harness, if we can control the growth of our the economy? And she also explained how do we produce the products we produce, and we use it and we throw it away. But she also said, how do we bend the arrows around and to sort of recycle them and to use them again? I think this is what I heard from the speech. Yeah.
What's your name? Lewis. Thanks, Lewis. And yes, that's exactly right. This is a use of conditionals, but also a use of something called rhetorical questions. And a rhetorical question is a question that you use to raise the audience's awareness of something, but you don't really want them to answer it. So a question like, what if? What if we changed the model? What if we changed our mindset? Of course, if you're delivering a talk like that, you don't really want your audience to start raising their hand and answering the question. That's going to spoil the overall presentation. So a rhetorical question is one that you ask the audience in a kind of indirect way. You don't want them to answer it spoken out loud, but maybe they can think about it in their heads. Don't you agree? You think so? Okay. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could do this? So a lot of those questions, they do have a conditional element. We have a lot of ifs in them. But these types of questions, they're to get the audience to think. We don't want them to say aloud the answer to the question, but we do want them to think about what it might be. Excellent. Thank you, Lewis. Okay. Couple more. How does Kate establish rapport with her audience? I'll let you stand up if you think you can answer this one. Okay. Quite a few of you have an answer written down, but maybe you're a little bit shy about speaking. Okay. So, yes, she does establish rapport with her audience. In a situation like a TED Talk with an audience like the TED Talk that she was delivering was to an audience of about 3,000 people. And it's harder to establish real rapport with an audience of that size than it is for me to speak to 30 or 40 of you. But what she does in that talk is she uses things like anecdotes and stories. So, for example, she starts with the story about babies and how they grow. And many of us, we might be parents or we might have, seen young children growing up. This is something that we all have experience of. And you can use situations like this if you know that your audience is going to have experience or knowledge of a particular thing, like childhood, like babies growing up, like school, for example. These are things that you can use in pretty much any public speaking, in any speech. Because we all go to school. We all grow up. We've all had a childhood. And so these kinds of stories, the situations that Kate Rower talks about, it's easy for her to anticipate and probably know that many people in her audience will understand that message. Likewise, when she uses the situation about her friend having the growth. So this is still establishing rapport. It's more of a serious issue. But again, when she says that, everybody in the audience would suddenly realize, okay, this is a negative thing. Now it means something different. We normally think of growth as a great thing. But in this situation, it isn't. And people will recognize things like that. But of course, a large audience, if you use that type of situation, it's going to be something that many people will understand and remember. And if they do, then they're more likely to follow you, to pay attention to you, and to keep with your message. All right. Last one. How did she use humor? The microphone will come to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joyce. I like to try when I heard her speech, how does Katie use her? He makes quite a lot of tease to politics and politicians. And I remember two examples she said in her speech. And there's one when she showed the first edition of the books, of the economy books, and she said, "It smells like politicals." Yeah. And the second example is because all the politicians said all the problem can be solved if the economy keep growing, and so they will keep the politicians can have a take part of the G20s. No one wants to miss it from the G20s unit. Yeah. Yes.
Good, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joyce. So she describes it as being a bit like the G20 is the kind of family photo, that the biggest economies, the biggest countries with the biggest economies in the world all want to stay there. And so she describes it as being like a family photo that they all want to be a part of. But yeah, and also the other situation, she talks about that book and she just picks it up, reads the title and just says, you can smell the politics. Now, this type of thing, it's a little bit of humor and she can use it with that type of audience. That speech was given in Vancouver and she'd probably know that you can talk a little bit about, global politics with that type of audience. Maybe with your audiences in the future, especially in business, you might not want to talk about politics. You might want to stick to the business issues and maybe add a few little anecdotes along the way. So if you do your research into your audience, then you probably know if it's okay to maybe add a reference to, something going on in politics or something going on in the news or something else that will help people to understand your topic. But of course, you might do that research and start to think, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about that topic with this particular audience. Okay, so that was the TED Talk that we were analyzing. While you've got your handouts and your other points, does anybody have any questions just about that TED Talk that we watched?
I heard the speaker mention a phrase called mid-stride. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Mid-stride, okay. So if stride is a similar word to walk. So if I'm striding down here, so a stride would be something like, and if you took a photograph of me like now, then that's me mid-stride, okay? So it's an adjective, but it means like in the middle of when I'm walking confidently. So in that example, she shows like the ape, the monkey, and turning into, a man, and the man is always walking confidently at the end. Thank you for your question, Lewis. Anything else? Okay, so in that case, we still have a little bit more time. And as I've told some of you already, in these types of events, I always like to give everybody a chance to do a little bit of no pressure, low pressure public speaking. I'm not going to get you to come up and deliver a 10-minute talk. But you've had a chance to meet other people from different companies and different backgrounds and ask them questions. And what I would like you to do, spend another couple of minutes looking at the information that you have about your partners, the people sitting around you. And later on, if you feel confident enough, I'd like you to stand up. Maybe you can come to the front. If you want to stay where you are, that's okay. And you're just going to give us a short introduction to your partner, like as if you were reading a bio and they were going to deliver an important business presentation or maybe a TED Talk or some other form of public speaking. So take the next 5-10 minutes or so, chat with your partner again and try to frame it in that way with, you might start with, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Joyce, or it's my pleasure to introduce you to Lewis, and you'll tell us a little bit about where they're from, what they do, the company they work for, anything else that's really interesting. It only needs to be 20 seconds, 30 seconds more if you feel that you can do it. And that way we'll go away knowing a little bit more about each other, and people who want to have a small chance to do a little bit of public speaking. Okay. And I'll be moving around as well. So if you want to ask me to listen to your introductions before you stand up and give them, then I can do that. I can give you a little bit of feedback on language, and then we'll go ahead and do it. Is that okay? Good, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to give you an opportunity to engage in just a little bit of public speaking, just delivering a short introduction or bio of your partner. And I'm going to ask you to stand up, and if you're willing, you can come down here and introduce your partner to the entire group, and they can introduce you. Now, if you are willing to come down here, you can stand on the stage if you wish, and that means you get a little bit of experience of looking out towards an audience that's looking at you as you speak. And this is one very important thing, because this is one good way to get that experience. You can really plan your presentation. You can watch other people's presentations and TED Talks, but until you have the experience of standing up in front of an audience, having all those pairs of eyes looking at you, listening to what you have to say, some of the tips and advice don't really matter until you are there in that situation. And this situation I'm giving to you isn't really, shouldn't really be too difficult, I hope. You're going to just deliver a short introduction to your partner. Your partner will introduce you, and then you can return back to your seats and someone else will take their turn. But in the future, what I'm hoping is that you will have that opportunity to deliver meaningful talks for business, whether it's an informative presentation, a persuasive presentation, some other type of public speaking. And if you do, I'd love to find out what you do and how it goes. So please feel free to keep in touch. And for the public speaking and presenting that you do in the future, I'd really love to find out how it goes and if it's successful. Okay, so I would like our group over here, our LEDs group, because you all know each other quite well. Okay, would you be willing to come up and go first? Hey, thank you very much. I'll leave it over to you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce Jason, who's born and bred in Tainan, Taiwan. And now he's the sales representative in our sales department. And he's managing European market for more than 5 years. And also mainly for the new market development. Let's welcome Jason.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jason, and it's my pleasure to introduce Chris. He is my colleague, and he was born in Tainan and was graduated from the National Sun Yat-sen University in Kaohsiung. And he is very energetic. He goes to the gym every day. So you can see he is in a very fitness shape. And he is an account manager in our sales department and responsible for the European market. And he just joined our team last July. So he is still very fresh. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Joseph Wu. And he joined our company from last October, and he's responsible for the customer service, and which is the most tough job that I think, because he needs to face all the company's customer complaints every day, and he needs to solve all the problems he makes. And he needs to give the good solutions to the customer, and something urgently he needs to do
in the same day. So I think he really did a good job, and it's your turn to introduce me.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Joseph, and it's my pleasure to introduce to Nicola. Yeah, we are the same department, and she working in the department about 10 years. So if I have any question, I will ask her first time, and she always help me to source name. Yep. 然后应该okay. And yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Really great starts. And how about next we go with our group? You guys at the back, because you've got the furthest to walk, yes? If you're ready. Okay, do you need a bit more time? All right, okay, I'll give you a bit more time. How about, are you guys ready? Okay, so Chester says you guys are ready. If you'd like to, if you want to come up, or you can stand where you are, it's up to you.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before my introduction, may I ask a question here? Does anyone here today from Pingdong? Who? Please raise your hand. All right, Pingdong Power, yeah, because both of us also come from Pingdong, far away. All right, so I would like to introduce this lady beside me called Joyce. And I'm quite thanks the opportunity today I can meet her here because this lady I'm quite admire. Why? Because she is the co-founder of the Cream Bella International Company, which is the cocoa grower company, also same for the cosmetic company as well. So if ladies and gentlemen, if you want to buy the mask today, she can give you guys the classmate discount. And meanwhile, she also the CEO of the Pingdong Agriculture Development Association, and which is a very huge group in Pingdong actually. And I'm proud to know her because I also have a small coffee shop in Pingdong. So after class, if anyone have interest to drink the coffee, because we have our own grow coffee in Pingdong. I live in the indigenous tribe, in Taiwan tribe. So we have our own a coffee bean plant. So if you guys interested, you can go meet us after class. And I can join the group. I'm quite proud because I can know the same people in Pingdong, because we try to collect the young generation from different counties in Taiwan, because Pingdong, you know, it's a remote area, so it's not much young people there now. We want to collect the people and recruit them back to Pingdong to afford in that place. So this is a lady here, Joyce, and it's my pleasure to introduce her. And by the way, in the finalize my presentation, and welcome everyone to Pingdong, if possible. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Joyce. It's my pleasure to introduce my partner, Mr. Luke, and he works in Beantronic Enterprise, which has established over 30 years. And he works as one of the top sales of the Beantronic Enterprise. And so far, they made the best sales to Indian market. And Luke, still single. So if anyone interested, you're welcome to ask him out.
If everyone interested about his number after class, please come to us.
And also, if you are interested in playing badminton, you can have badminton. Yeah, playing badminton. You can have join the match with Luke. And okay, that's all about Luke. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is Luke. It's my pleasure to introduce
Chest from Pingdong. He is a young man of the Taiwan tribe. He lives in the indigenous tribe in Pingdong, and he works for a submersible pump company. He represents his company to sales to the worldwide in several U.S. market. In his private time, he owns a coffee shop. He just introduced himself. Thank you.
Three of you, very well done. Okay, do we have volunteers? Anybody really wanting to take the next turn? Okay, how about Queena and the two of you? Yes.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I am Queenie, and it's my pleasure to introduce my partner, Becky, to you. And she is a student in Shijian University in Kaohsiung and major in Applied English. And she comes from Tainan, and both of us are intern in Taichar Kaohsiung office. And because we are not very familiar with each other, because we just met 1 week before, so there's not many information about her. That's all. Thank you.
Yes. And hello, everyone. My name is Becky. And just she mentioned before, we just met 1 week before, so we don't have much information. She's name is Queenie, and she born to Pingdong. And she is the student in Wenzhou University and major in English. And she has been study abroad in the Czech Republic. And now we both are the Taichar intern. Thank you.
Much. Okay, we've got time for a few more. So how about Boy and Joyce, are you two ready? Like to give it a try?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce you a boy. His Chinese name is Yu Bo-yi, so you can call him Uber Eats. He is the chief of technology in the Global Appliance. It's a supplier of dental implant systems. If you have any questions regarding your teeth, you can always reach out to him. Thank you.
Hello, sorry. Good evening, everybody. It's my honor to introduce the beautiful girl. It's not only beauty, it's also have the kind mind, and she work at MIT. Oh, MIT? AIT. So just the reminder, she's MIT. So it's the good thing to remember she. And she's name is very wonderful. It's Tang Yanlin. And the English name is the Tang Joyce. So if you have any interest about her, you can contact with her. Thank you so much.
Thank you much. Okay, we've got a few more. How about our group over there? Okay, seems you're a bit more ready now. Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Linda. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce my partner, Luis. He works for pump production in Kaohsiung. Yeah. His company has 20 years old for pump manufacturing, and he's a sales manager in this company. And nice to meet him here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Louis, and it is my pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Ms. Linda Lee. She's the sales department supervisor of the company IFA. The company produce Wi-Fi remote control system and a consumer product for more than 26 years. And today she's gonna share with everyone the latest iControl Pro Smart Home System product. So let's give her a big applause. Welcome.
Okay, we've just got a couple of other groups if you're ready and willing to come down. Are you ready? Or do you need a bit more time? Okay, that's absolutely fine. So we'll move on from there. You got a good chance to meet and speak with each other and to practice delivering an introduction to other people, and I hope that was useful for you. So I'm just going to recap what we've worked on today. Today we looked at impact techniques for presentations in the first afternoon session, and I gave you several tips and some good advice, I hope, for the presentations that you might want to make. And this morning we looked at a couple of talks in a little bit more detail for other interesting information. And then I gave you some opportunities to look at the a TED Talk, Kero's TED Talk, in a little bit more detail, and perhaps you can use that kind of technique to look at other TED Talks in more detail in the future. So we're about 5 minutes, 10 minutes ahead of time. We usually have a Q&A session set aside for this section. So if you do have any questions for me, if you want to raise your hand, you can do so. But if you prefer to just write it down, if you want to give me the question today, then that's fine, and maybe I can answer it anonymously if you don't want other people to know your name who asked the question. Or later on, there's going to be an online feedback form that you can use to ask me any other questions. And if in the future you are delivering a presentation, planning one for your company, for your business, for a trade show, or for any other event, feel free to send me an email. If you want me to look at things like scripts or look at things like your plans or maybe even your slides, I can give you a little bit of feedback on things like language and help you to deliver a really excellent, meaningful presentation. So before I finish off, does anybody else have any questions that you would like to ask about today's event, about presentations in general, about delivering effective presentations for business, or anything else that we've covered today? Okay, that's absolutely fine. So as I said, I'll be around for a little while. If you want to come and ask me personally, privately, about presentations and anything else we've covered, you are more than welcome to do so. And like I said before, you've got my contact details. If you do need any tips or help on other presentations that you're going to make for business in the future, feel free to send me an email or a message, and I'll do everything I can to help you. Thank you very much for coming today. It's been a pleasure to meet you all, and I wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. 我们今天的台湾精品英文简报高效班到此告一段落。各位可以再把握时间跟老师一起交流。那不要忘记在离场前扫描我们座位上的 QR code， 帮我们填写一下电子问卷。总共有3个 QR code 都要记得填写。那填写完之后，可以保留我们的完成画面，到报到处跟工作人员领取小礼物。那我们外面呢还有一些餐盒，也欢迎离场的时候自行取用。谢谢。